Welcome everyone. Thanks for joining us here on this May 22nd business meeting. We appreciate your attendance. If you have an agenda in front of you, item number 1 deals with our strategies. Item number 2 is the link where our meeting can be viewed. And item number 3 is our call to order. So Ms. Steves, will you please determine if we have a quorum present?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we do.
Okay, thank you. With that said, I'd ask everybody to stand for the pledge if you're able to. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Bellingham, thank you for leading us in the pledge.
You're welcome.
All right, this brings us to item number 4, the approval of the agenda. I will entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
Mr. Chair, I'll so move.
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Bellingham, a second by Ms. Boudreau. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. NASCO, we're good back there? Everything's good? Okay, thank you. All right, this brings us to item number 5, recognition, awards, and presentations. Item 5A, the ALC update. So come on forward if you would, please. Welcome, and if you just make sure everybody introduces themselves.
Well, good evening. I am Cora Packard-Emery, and I am the ALC coordinator.
Good evening. I am Megan Kranich, student from the ALC.
Amy Bussert, secretary at the ALC. Mallory Fuchs, chemical health specialist at the ALC.
All right, so we were going to visit with you guys earlier this winter, but we held up for the winter storm that was that evening. And we're here to just which turned out really nice for us because we've got a couple things that we can share with you today. And, oh great, I get to try to figure this thing out again. Just my tech gal. So, some of the things that we are really proud of that we've worked on this year is we had a youth council part of with the high school, and you guys have kind of talked about that as well, and just sharing that out, having some voice and some representatives from our building has been fantastic. Along with that, we had youth panel at our professional development day, so we were able to provide teachers like a little understanding and a little view of what happens at the ALC, experiences compared to the high school versus the experiences that they were having at the ALC.
Cora, can I just interrupt real quick? Everybody, we're getting a full room, and I just want to caution, we can have enough in this room that fill these chairs, otherwise there's overflow rooms available as well. Okay, and all I ask is that you just be nice and quiet if you can be when you're in here so that the speakers can make sure that we can hear them present and the people online can hear them present as well. All right? Thank you.
So it was a great addition to our professional development that day. We had a lot of great feedback, and one of our lead speakers there was Megan, and you'll hear from her a little bit later. One of the focuses that we have been looking at, and you'll hear a little bit about this later when we talk about graduation as well, but looking at other ways that students can get credits and earn credit and becoming meaningful. One of the things we did was an all-school culture day project that every student in our building participated in and presented on a different world culture. It really was neat because we were able to highlight a lot of things that were similar, a lot of things that students didn't understand or know about each other, and it kind of spurred some other activities that came up throughout the year too, where we actually had some of our Somali students wanted to present and talk about their culture specifically at one of our speaking engagements, so that was a lot of fun. And then some of you have been out at our alumni event and know that we created a mini golf course, and that is open to the public. It is free. It is pretty cool. I was impressed and amazed by a lot of the work that the students put into it, and there's a lot of pride out there, and it's a hard course, by the way. So come on out. There are clubs there, and there's everything is ready to go. So that's some of the things we've been working on this year. And I'm going to turn it over to Mallory.
Another area that we have been working on and is still a little bit in the works and planning stage is out at the ALC. We will also have a recovery school program, so it will be housed within our building. But research has shown that adolescents attending recovery high schools are 4 times more likely than non-recovery high school students to report complete abstinence from alcohol, marijuana, and other drugs. And so it's an exciting piece that we can serve a population that we know is in need. We can also secure additional funding through the state that both Janet and Zach have been helping us on. There's currently no other recovery schools within 50 miles of Faribault, so it is a need, and we're excited to serve a population that we know we can. This just goes over some of the assurances of what a recovery program is, but it is to educate students in recovery from substance use and or co-occurring. All students enrolled are in recovery and working a program of recovery for substance abuse and or co-occurring disorders as determined by the students in recovery school. And again, it's available to any student that meets those requirements. Most recovery schools are housed within their ALC buildings, so that's what ours will also look like, and have 8 to 15 students in that program. It's very similar to what we're currently doing. The only difference is we will then be recognized by the state that we are a recovery program. We currently have 20 students who would qualify for this specific program, and that number continues to grow. They also could qualify if they have a family member who struggles with addiction. It is voluntary and a choice program, so it's not something where probation or other outside circumstances would mandate them. It would be all choice. And then just a few other things, student successes is some of the referrals we've been able to meet for our students, get them the services that they need. We've had 4 referrals for mental health with Health Finders, 15 referrals. We have an outside LADC come in for substance use that does a support group. 82 referrals to myself this year, 10 students who have attended outside treatment, and we've served also 2 for homelessness.
At our school, we usually do a survey. It's in the fall and the spring. So when students are coming into the ALC and then as they're kind of exiting out of the ALC or ending their first year, second year at the ALC. And we just survey them. It's just a very general Google form that we have them do in the morning at their homeroom. And it just kind of gauges what progress we've made with that student on their feelings of school when they came into the ALC, their feelings kind of going out, and then it helps us kind of vision for the next year and things that we could do better, things we're doing well. So we just kind of pulled out a couple of questions here. How safe did you feel at your previous school? So you can kind of see the results up there. Some somewhat safe, very safe. There was some that didn't answer, but a large portion that didn't feel safe at all. And then how safe are you feeling here at the ALC? And you can see there, most of our students felt very safe or safe, and there was just very few that answered somewhat safe, but none that listed not safe at all. And then here, just about student connection, a lot of our students comment that they feel that their success at the ALC was about having a staff member that they could really connect to, somebody that they could go to when they're having issues. And so here is just saying that most of our students, 97.4% of our students, felt that they had at least one staff member that they felt that they were connected enough to. And then here's just some fun pictures. We took, as part of our mini golf project-based learning, we did a field trip this year up to Can Wonderland up in St. Paul. If you haven't been up there, it's a really cool place to go. They have a lot of vintage video games. But the kids were able to see kind of an in-person mini golf course with a very artistic twist on it. And that really helped us in building our mini golf course and kind of giving vision to it. So I'm going to pass it over to Megan here in a moment. She is one of our longer-term students, and she is now going to be graduating with us this Thursday. And as you see here on the slide, there's lots of different comments that we receive from students in the open comment section for our survey. And she's just going to go over a little bit about her experience at the ALC and what positive things she's had.
My high school experience has been a good amount of atypical. Obviously, COVID messed with everybody's life, but I ended up being unable to stay with it. In-person class, even on a hybrid schedule, was too much after having so much time in isolation with very little social time, just overwhelming anxiety, being in the building again with so many people. As a result, I found my way back to some familiar faces over at the ALC. Within, I think it was 3 weeks, or maybe a month, I could finally see myself actually fitting into a school. I've been to multiple different high school models. I've been in multiple different education models prior. But the thing that really gets to me about the ALC is simply the amount of community is insane. Within a few weeks of people arriving, you have friends and you have people you can go to who will back you up in pretty much any walk of life you need. And that's not just about students, but staff members genuinely care enough to realize that when you're having a bad day, maybe it's the time to have a conversation instead of waiting to see if we're going to call out for help. I think that's a big thing that we have an advantage of, having that close relationship, just due to having more staff per student ratio. It's just easier to connect. But not only that, but having different and varied projects and ways to get credit makes it easier because not everybody learns the same way. So being able to have these funner projects, such as building a mini golf course, has taught not even just, well, how to build a mini golf course, but things like leadership and communication, which are skills that are lifelong and very much a necessity in a professional work environment. Not to mention the fact that you can have so much information thrown at you in a classroom in a traditional setting, but what you might not be able to do is stand up and say, well, I don't get it. Because in a student classroom that has 30 kids in it, that's a completely different environment from one that has, say, 10 or 15 some days, sometimes more. Because when you know these people well enough, because you see them all day, every day, you can have people that can also come to you and say, hey, this is not the way you want to be doing this, but you're doing it wrong. No, it's, here's the way that would be more efficient or effective. Everyone's more invested in helping everyone else out than just sitting in a classroom worrying about themselves. I haven't seen anyone that's been scared of not passing a class because they're drowning in homework, which, do we have necessarily? No. But what I mean is more so, the coursework is not overwhelming in itself because you have people you can rely on to get you through it. I've never once seen a teacher say, I'm too busy right now. You're going to have to wait. What I have seen is conversations that have benefited the entire class because it's a challenging viewpoint being handled. That alone is building critical thinking, but also it's diversifying curriculum that is somewhat cookie cutter required by the state, but it is not as bland and tasteless as reading it straight out of a textbook would be, when you've got the ability to have these conversations that challenge the way you think, instead of just teaching you how to memorize a fact.
Megan, would you like to go on and tell them what your future looks like? What are you doing after graduation?
So actually, my future was impacted in a very large way by the ALC. I thought I wanted to be a social worker, and that was it. No one could tell me any different. But our wonderful secretary had a friend come in to speak to us about her career as a judge. And the amount of impact that story had on me, well, I'm now pursuing a criminal justice degree at Bemidji State to go on and help fight for people that don't have a voice. Because that's something that I've had the feeling of before, It's not fun when no one wants to listen and you feel silenced, but somebody's got to be there for other people that need it. And that's, again, a lesson that I learned from watching these adults not only teach, but nurture us as people and help us grow. And again, I would not be on this path if I hadn't had someone there to challenge what I was thinking in such a relaxed but also present manner.
And then if you are interested, if you had any questions for us, we would like to field some of those.
Thank you. Board members, questions, comments? The floor is yours.
So everything that you said was super impactful, but what I heard about your soft skills, those are things that you can't just learn out of a book. And so to hear that you're learning these things and those are the things that you took away from different interactions and different lessons is important. So I'm happy that you learned that.
Yes, thank you, Chad. I had the opportunity to visit the ALC a number of times because that's my school that I have been. Well, I actually wasn't assigned to it. I said, I want the ALC. So, but I think when we first went in there, it was a very welcoming environment. And I felt that we had the tour and they made the most of the resources. And as I say again, it was their model of efficiency. They really make the most of their resources. And I was there on, was it last Wednesday? When did you have Thursday. Yeah. And I was really impressed with the golf, and they had a fire going, and it was just a lot of tradition that they had. I didn't take part in the egg throw, but I will next year because we were about ready to leave, and I didn't want to go home and have to wash my clothes. So, but that was really, I think they really make the most of their resources, and it's just a nice environment. I want to mention, too, I don't want to embarrass Megan, but she was at the awards, the scholarship, and I think you received 2 scholarships, correct? I think it was. And also, I learned things when I was visiting the ALC. I learned, the students taught me a few things, and on that one day, I think Megan, one of the students, there was 2 students, Megan, I think a second time, taught me how to play pool, and she did a good job, even though. Thank you. And so, but I think it's really a great opportunity, and I can just feel the welcoming atmosphere there. And I think it's a very important school, and I think we need that in our district. So thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, I enjoyed the open house at the ALC last week. Got to be in the egg toss. I didn't get any egg on me, but Heather did. Thankful she was my partner. And the golf course was very interesting, creative. It was impressive. And it's a nice environment and setting where you had a little fire and could roast marshmallows and make s'mores, and it was very nice. And Megan, I'm proud of you being an archer. That impressed me the most because I like archery too. So congratulations, and thank you for the presentation.
Any other questions or comments? I do have a couple questions for you. The recovery program, the recovery school you mentioned, when do you anticipate that starting, or is it already going now?
We're hoped to officially in the fall, but we're kind of already doing those things. We'd just be officially recognized as that recovery program.
Okay, thank you. How much room do you have for it in terms of capacity, the number of students within your current facility?
Do you want to answer, or do you want to answer?
Building capacity is So our building capacity is 151, and that's with staff and students.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you. I appreciate it. Any other questions, anyone? All right. Thank you. Wonderful job. We appreciate it. Megan, good luck. Okay, that brings us to item 5B, the FFA presentation. Ms. Schultz.
Hello, I'm Madeline Schultz, one of the egg teachers at Faribault.
I'm Owen Beardsley, FFA student.
And we're going to give you a quick little rundown about the egg program, and then Owen's going to give you a rundown about what FFA is and what it's been up to in the past year. So, some common language. So FFA is our leadership organization for agricultural education. Mr. Wolf was asking earlier before the meeting if FFA is an extracurricular. It's actually intracurricular. So there's 3 components within ag education. One component is the leadership, which is the FFA portion. The other component is supervised agriculture experience, which is the work-based learning. And the last one is our ag education, which is the classroom learning. So students can compete in FFA in 2 ways. The one is a career development event or a leadership development event, and then they can also apply for a proficiency application with their supervised agriculture experience, which Owen will cover a little bit later in the presentation. So our program is new. We came into Faribault in 2020 and 2021 after that 7-period day levy passed. In year 1, we are looking at a total of 97 students enrolled in 3 different courses. This past year, we have 271 students enrolled in, I should know this off the top of my head, but I think it's 8 classes. We'll find out, I guess, on the next slide. But we had 12 students enrolled in Exploring Agriculture, which is a 9 through 12 class, 79 students enrolled in Exploring Animals, which is also 9 through 12, 5 students enrolled in our Meat Science program, which is an 11th and 12th grade course. 49 students were enrolled in our Plant Science course, which one was for art credit, which is our landscaping and floral design course. We have 18 students enrolled in our other Plant Science course, which is a greenhouse hydroponic plant production class. We had 53 students enrolled in Raising Chickens. This year, with a retirement in the science department, we were able to add a second teacher, and we were able to inherit the wildlife field biology fish taxidermy internship, and then we also were able to add agriculture econ, and that does count for econ credit for students. So we had 12 students enrolled in that course, and then 15 in wildlife field biology, 25 in fish taxidermy, and 3 in internship. So Exploring Agriculture is one of the first classes that I'll be talking about. This year we were able to have 2 guest speakers come into the class and 1 field trip. We had Brittany Lance, a food scientist from Hormel, came in and talked to the students. In the class, the students actually get to develop and create their own ice cream flavor. So we had a food scientist come in and talk to them about careers in food science. And then we had Teresa DeMars from the Rice Soil and Water Conservation District come in and talk to us about conservation efforts. And then they had a soil unit to follow that up. And then we went to Matoga Lake Dairy in New Prague, and that is a 7 there's 7 robots on that 400 cow dairy. So we got to look at how technology is being integrated within the egg industry as we see robotic dairies popping up all over the area. We have an Exploring Animals class. We had 2 guest speakers come into that class, Jessica Stryker from Mighty Paws and Anna Wilgebrew from Heartland Vet. They talked to us about careers within the animal science world. That class we talk mostly about pet care, so dogs and cats. And then one of the favorite projects we had this year is we had a pet show where students got to pick a breed of dog or cat, make a life-size version of it, and then they voted and showed it off. And then that German Shepherd up in the corner was our winning dog of the project. We have a meat science course. Last year was the first year that we ran with it. We were able to fund that through some grants that I was able to receive over the past couple of years. Brittany Lance also spoke to them about careers at Hormel from the meat science side of things, and then the boys also participated in the Region 7 meats judging competition. With a grant that I received last year, we were able to purchase 3 smokers. We have a Green Egg, a Traeger, and then a charcoal Weber grill. So we've been having food competitions throughout the semester. Last week we had ribs, tomorrow's our chicken competition, and then we'll be wrapping the semester up with brisket on Thursday. So there's a picture of the kids tasting the different cuts of meat and trying to determine like which steak is their favorite. And we talk about different food temperatures and how to handle and improve meat products. Then we have our plant science beauty of plants class that counts for an art credit. The students have been overhauling and re-landscaping around the outside of the school. Pictured as one of the corners on the inside of the courtyard that has been overgrown over the past couple of years that we've been working to overhaul. And I can happily say this year is the first time we have no weeds growing up and it's just beautiful black mulch. Then the students also go into floral design where they learn how to create wrist corsages, boutonnieres, and bouquets of flowers. And it's a really unique way for our students to earn an art credit, and it's one of my favorite classes to teach. And then we have another plant science class that runs in the spring. The students raise lettuce on our hydroponic systems that we have. They've also been working in the greenhouse, learning how to propagate plants. They've had 5 plants that they learned how to propagate, and they've had to keep alive. And then they had a greenhouse making contest where they made 3D greenhouses this week. We have our raising chickens class this year. We raised 40 meat birds, harvested 36 last week on Tuesday. So yeah, we did lose 4 along the way. And then we also have 9 egg layers that'll be laying eggs shortly. So our students learn how to raise the birds from baby day-old chicks, and then they end up harvesting them. We take them out of school for a day, kind of do a field trip, and we harvest them. And then that's where our chicken's coming from for our chicken competition. And today they were cutting them up and learning how to quarter them and do all those things. Then we have a fish taxidermy class. Fish was donated from the community. They spent the time gutting, cleaning, and then mounting the fish last fall. Wildlife field biology has gone and done a couple surveys. They're working on a European deer mount, fish surveys out in the Faribault Lake, and then doing scent station studies in the Riverbend Nature Center. And then we have our internship class that is with Riverbend, that the students were researching how birds use water in the spring. There's a picture of them presenting to the Riverbend staff on that stuff. They studied Minnesota endangered species and then did some aquatic studies with the different types of animals within the water system. So looking ahead next year, we're continuing to grow again. We're going to have 3 sections of exploring animals, 1 section of exploring egg. Those numbers reflect this previous year. Plant science will be at 2 sections again. The other plant science class will also be at 1 section, raising chickens at 2 sections. We're going to see meat science grow from 5 students to almost 40. So we're going from 1 section to 2 section. Rumor finally got out that we're grilling. We are going to go from 1 section of egg econ up to 2. Fish and wildlife wildlife field biology is getting a new name as fish and wildlife, which will have 1 section and then 1 section of taxidermy. So Owen's going to take it over from here and talk about FFA.
Yeah, so this is my 2nd year in FFA. This year we had a grant for our blue jackets as I'm wearing. I was one of the 7 winners that got these jackets from donations from the community. This year, our community partnerships, in the fall we had Dakota and Rice counties grow the soybean and corn. They donated pulled pork sandwiches that we handed out at the Northfield football game. As you can see on the right side, we had fruit donations. We donated fruit to the Faribault Fire Department. Our leadership development, in the fall we had Region Leadership Day that I was a part of. We went to South Central in Mankato and learned how to be leaders in our community and then how to grow our FFA chapter. We had a day at the Capitol that on the right side those students went. They learned how to, they toured the Capitol and then they got to meet with some of the leaders at the Capitol. The egg policy experience, we had 1 student go to that and they learned how to kind of pass the bills, get bills for the agriculture and pass them. Our competitions this year, we had 2 people go at the state fair, but we had a JV livestock judging team that went, and then fish and wildlife, which I was a part of, 3 other of my buddies. We looked and identified fish, different fish and birds. Poultry, which is chickens. egg mechanics. We had a team that went and they kind of weld and then look at motors and identify the problems. Companion animals, that's like dogs and cats. And then meat judging is where you kind of look, as Ms. Schultz said, the different cuts of the meats. This year in the state convention, I was lucky enough to go. We had egg sales that placed 8th. And then Carly Flom, she did an SAE in agriculture education, which she did the summer STEAM program this past summer, and did hers about that. And then I did my, outdoor recreation. With that, I ran a guide service 870 Outdoors that identified with that and how I can grow that business. In the fall, or just like 2 weeks ago, actually, we had Egg Day. We started the day off with a teacher appreciation breakfast that we helped serve teachers. Then some of the kids drove their tractors to school in the parking lot, got to park it there for the day. And then we had a petting zoo, had some sheep, goats, and chickens, I think, come in. And then we had yard games with that. And then do we have any questions?
All right, thank you. Wonderful job. Board members, any questions or comments?
Mr. Chair, what time is the brisket done?
6th hour on Thursday.
You better not say. Congratulations on your success in the state competition.
Mr. Robichaud?
Sure, thank you. How many FFA programs are there in other districts that you're aware of? In the Big Nine, for example?
In the Big Nine, the only school that doesn't have a program right now that I'm positive on is Northfield. So programs have started to pop up a lot in the last couple of years. I don't know how many programs there are across the state. Yeah. Our number is 88 and we're F. So I know almost 150 with there was, I think, 5,000 students that competed at state convention this year.
I know that years ago there was hardly any FFA, but it's grown significantly.
Right.
And if you want to talk about a cross-discipline program, FFA is a good example of how you take all the academics and put them into one to be able to do the things that you're doing in that program. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments, Ms. Moore?
Mr. Chair. Yeah, when Linda Bedreau and I visited the Faribault High School, Mr. Olson took us around, and one of the places was FFA and the egg. And I was really impressed with what you're doing.
Thank you.
And it's certainly changed, back in the Stone Ages or whatever, when I was in high school, FFA and the egg program really has progressed. And I was really impressed by that. So,
thank you.
Yes, good work.
Sure. Just one, if I think it's important to note that the egg program is not just production egg. It's across the board. It really entails economics. It entails budgeting. It entails development, understanding chemicals. It's a very comprehensive program beyond just production egg.
Yes, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? I'd just like to tell you thanks again, congratulations. And Mr. Benty, correct me if I'm wrong, but a lot of our ag classes are truly a function of the community supporting the 7-period day at the high school. Is that correct?
The entire ag program it came because of the 7-period day levy for the high school, correct?
Thank you.
There was no ag program before that.
So I think it's important to call that out and thank the community for passing that, how important that is. And you're approaching 300 students, give or take, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's a very big, popular, and as Mr. Robichaud said, kind of runs the gamut. So thank you. Well done. Great presentation, and good luck going forward. So thank you. Okay, that brings us to item 5C, the Sodexo presentation. Come on forward, please.
So, good evening, Board. I would like to introduce our Sodexo management team here. So with me tonight is Jada Luderbach, I believe, and Kathy Hammerschmidt, and Lexi Vanderling, something like Vanderling. So, that's close at least. And tonight on the, farther down the agenda, we're going to be talking about the Sodexo contract, food service management contract for fiscal year 24. But I asked them to put together just a quick slideshow and talk about a lot of the things that they're doing across the district. One of the things that we were fortunate last year with the contract revision is to bring on Lexi as a registered dietitian, along with some community outreach, and she does a lot of things with kids, and it's really nice to see. So I've asked the team to share a little bit. They have a few slides put together, and I'll turn it over to them. Yes.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jada Luderbach. I'm the district manager for supporting, actually, Kathy and Lexi in the schools. First of all, we want to just say thank you so much for allowing us to serve the community. It's been a pleasure getting to know everyone in the district. This is my first year as a district manager in Faribault, and I think we've done a tremendous job. Kathy is our new general manager, and she brings so much to the table, a lot of heart, a lot of soul. She loves the community. She's embedded in the community, and I think that her drive to feed every student that attends the school, and even those that don't, shows through in the program. We're also very excited that Lexi has joined us. So again, Lexi brings a lot of energy and fun for the students, and I think that's important. So, but really, in the grand scheme of things, our staff is phenomenal. And we would not be nearly as good as we are if we did not have dedicated team members. And right now, we have over 200 plus years of service in the school district with Sodexo. And I think that's just phenomenal. And I do a lot of these presentations, and trust me, 200 years combined is a really grand feat. So again, I applaud Kathy and Lexi for continuing to make sure that we're providing our staff with the support that they need to be successful and serve our students. Our initiative and our implementation this year, these are just a few things. I didn't want to bore you with all of the details, but these are some of the highlights. So we did reintroduce the Future Chef program, which is a national competition, which Kathy will explain. We also had the expansion of our meal service programs that has been an extension of the breakfast and lunch program that now includes at-risk snack and dinner. Health and wellness focus, of course, with the addition of Lexi onto the team, and then the continuance of our community outreach programs, which we'll explain a little bit about. So I'm going to turn it over to Kathy so she can explain the Future Chef program and how that impacts the students and in our district.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kathy Hammerschmidt, the food service director for Faribault Public Schools. I've been a Faribault resident my entire life, and I've been working with the Faribault schools in the food service department for the last 25 years. So it's an honor to be able to serve this school in this district and the community. This last year, my focus has been working with the staff in the district on serving diverse meals and nutritious meals to the students throughout the year. One of the highlights of my year this year was bringing back the Future Chef program since COVID hit. This is a really fun program for all the students. This Future Chef program provides an opportunity for elementary students to formulate a recipe and then present their creation to a panel of judges. So this year we had 20 4th and 5th graders submit recipes of their favorite fruit and vegetable dish. And out of those 20, we narrowed it down to 3 finalists to compete in the competition this year. So we had three judges that sat on the panel. One was Scott Gertis and Linda Bedreau and Julie Gray. So our winner this year was Ruth Cloutier with her okra cinnamon apple dish. So that was a fun and exciting event to participate in, and the kids had a lot of fun doing this. Next one. Another exciting thing that we were able to do this year was expand our meal service program to the at-risk. It was the at-risk after-school dinner program. This program, we were able to serve 8 additional programs this year within the school district and the community. Some of those programs are the Falcons After School, Little Falcons, the GSA, the Dungeons and Dragons, WANO, and the Parks and Rec, Kids World, and then the Jefferson and Middle School Community Center there that we serve to. So we were able to implement this with the help of Scott Gertis, Zach Pruitt, and Kim Hagan. This year alone, we served an additional 30,000 meals to those kids after school. So our goal is this next year to be able to expand those programs to reach others. So.
And again, I'm going to turn it over to Lexi really quickly, but in addition to having Lexi on our team, she's going to talk about some of the fun initiatives that she introduced to the students this year, also with some community events. She'll explain a little bit of the nutrition education that she's actually taken into the classrooms, and then give an overview of what our summer will look like, which is very busy, and then our upcoming programs for next year.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me. My name is Lexi Vanderlinde, and I'm the Wellness and Education Coordinator for Sodexo. Some fun things that I was able to do with the students this year, throughout the year, one of my favorite was the Apple Crunch Day. Scott and I went to the elementary schools and handed out apples to all the students during lunch, and then they all took a big crunch of the apple all at once in the lunchroom. It was filled with smiles and laughter. It was really exciting to see how excited the kids were for that event. Some other things that we have initiated into the classroom is just some nutrition education, presenting on how important breakfast is, or a heart-healthy diet, are just some of the examples. On the screen, you can see a picture on the left of a presentation on seed germination, where students actually got to create their own necklace and watch a seed sprout based on, or it sprouted from their body heat. So the kids really enjoyed that. And then also some community partnership is the maple syrup run. I was there. You can see the booth on the bottom of there. And then some fun things for the summer that are happening is I am partnering with Kids World and Summer STEAM to provide nutrition education presentations, activities for the kids. All the students will be creating their own cookbook throughout the summer, so we'll actually be hands-on through the summer, and they'll get to try the recipes. They'll also get to cook the recipes. That way they can bring it home to their families and show them some of their new skills. And then some things for next year that I am excited about is a wellness fair we plan to do, and then also expanding our taste testing into the classroom, where teachers can sign up and then have a healthy fresh fruit or vegetable snack for their class, and then a little presentation about that fresh fruit or vegetable. So thank you, everyone. I am very grateful for the opportunity to provide our students with nutrition education.
So some of the things that we have a 5-year roadmap basically for our district, and a lot of the things that you'll see on this roadmap are things that we are currently initiating Also, implementation of a few other things that we're going to really try to do next year. One is really fun. It's called a student promotion influencer, where we will partner with hopefully a marketing, someone that's going into a college major of marketing, communications, or journalism. We'll try to partner with a teacher that can help pick a student that will allow the student to be our liaison between the students. We like to hear their voices, and we feel like obviously we're here for the students, and we want to connect a little bit better. I guess that's the point. Again, it's student driven, and we feel like it's modern, right? Food influencer, that's student food influencer. Also, some of our goals, our engagement goals for next year. Continue to innovate with our solutions to increase our student participation through menu. We want to make sure that we can initiate student advisory committees because we want to hear the voice of the students. Also, with the help of Lexi and Kathy, we're going to continue to nurture our learning opportunities in the classrooms and then throughout the district in the community partnerships. And some of our digital innovations will be including of Waste Watch. We're initiating that program where we will monitor our waste so we can eliminate that. And also, it's not listed, but My D-Text. My D-Text is a program where we can students and parents can sign up for a text alert, and we can get the message out really quickly if we have a menu change or if we have a program that's coming up that we want to communicate to the community. And other than that, I want to thank all of the district, the board members, everyone here for allowing us to continue to serve the community. Thank you.
So I want to thank the three ladies here. We've done a lot this year. With the help of Lexi on board, you should see the kids run up to her. If you didn't know this, Lexi is almost as tall as I am. And so to watch the little kids run up to her and give her hugs is really exciting. Kathy and you'll hear more about this at the next board meeting, but we've taken on 3 more different satellite locations. We already do Head Start, as you know, today, and Discovery, and Near Strand and SevSec, and next year we are going to be feeding both the STEM school and Surratt Academy. So those will be the ones that will be joining for next year. So between everything going on here, we have food going all over the place, and we're really growing our food service program, and that's all due to the 3 ladies here to the right. So I just like to, again, want to thank them. And thank you for having us tonight.
Thank you. Board members, any comments or questions? All right, I'll ask if nobody else wants to. Back on page 7, it's the one where you talk about or mention at-risk dinner added 8 additional program sites. How do students, how are they identified as at risk? Do they sign up for something? How does that work? Or
It's any of the after-school programs that have an educational piece that they are doing in their program can qualify for the CACFP meals. And so we sign them up with the state of Minnesota, and then they are able to receive meals from us through that.
Gotcha. So. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Any other comments or questions, board members? Mr. Olson.
So we're feeding certain students breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Is that correct?
Yep.
Where are the parents in all this? Are they cooking at all, or are they just relying on us?
Well, I think the kids that are in these programs, the parents aren't around at that time frame, so this helps.
I'll take that one a little bit. So part of, to piggyback a little bit on what Chad had mentioned earlier too with the CACFP programming, the program is called At Risk for a reason, right? It's really to get meals out in front of kids that are at risk, right? That maybe the only meal they get is breakfast and lunch and supper here at the school. And from there, they may not get a whole lot. So that's really the whole designation of the program. And while it's not just open to at-risk kids, because we serve all the kids in all of these programs, right, regardless of their economic status, that is why the program exists today from the federal government, to focus in on those kids that might not get supper at home when they go home at night.
Are we taking responsibility away from the parents to feed their own children? What are we?
I would say that I don't think we're taking away the responsibility of the parents, but we're maybe helping the parents out that don't have the resources to do that.
Any other comments or questions? Okay, thank you. We appreciate it. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Okay, this brings us to item 6, school board public comment guidelines. I will read these and then we'll get into the public comment. School board public comment guidelines. This is an opportunity for residents, business and property owners, parents, students, and employees of the Faribault Public School District to address the board. You must sign up in person at the board meeting and address the board from the presenter's table. Members of the public will address the remarks with civility and respect. After being recognized by the chair, each individual will identify themselves and the group they represent, if any. Please state your reason for addressing the board. This is not a time to debate an issue, but for the board to hear your comments. Public comment is not available at work sessions, closed sessions, or special board meetings of the school board. The Minnesota Government Data Practices Act prohibits comment about specific student or staff members, even without naming them in open session. This includes the public comment portion of our meeting. The board respects and values input, but when it relates to a specific student, staff, or to a specific matter, such input must be heard by the appropriate personnel, such as the building principal or superintendent, and not during an open meeting of the school board. Anyone interested in making a public comment will be asked to complete an information form before the meeting starts, providing their name, address, and topic of their comment. All comments must conform to the School Board Policy 206, which is available for review on the district website at www.faribault.k12.mn.us. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to make comments on one specific topic. Each topic will have a total of 15 minutes allowed for comments. Okay. If you haven't been here before for the public comment, we will be gracious and try to hold everybody as close to 3 minutes as possible. Mr. Bellingham has a timer. If you get a little bit long, I'm going to politely interrupt you and ask if you're close to being done. Okay, so please don't feel offended if I interrupt you after 3 minutes. So our first speaker tonight, I think we have 3/4 topics. Okay, so everybody I think is going to get a chance to speak that signed up. Our first speaker tonight is Erica Staub, and I believe the topic is school climate. I don't know. Okay, there's Erica. Okay, thank you. And if somebody else is in a different room and you hear their name and you know they're in a different room, if you help us out by just alerting them. I'm guessing they can hear us on other TVs, but welcome.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Erica Staub, and I'm coming to speak as a social worker, a proud alumni of the Faribault school system, and the mother of 2 children within this school system. We've just heard from the ALC about the power of welcome, feeling connected, and the power of community. From the FFA about being a welcoming place to learn, to grow, and to develop their leadership skills. Our schools provide multiple opportunities for our students to be a part of the community, sports teams, yearbook, develop their music skills, leadership, educational development, etc. And May is Mental Health Awareness Month, and I'm deeply concerned for the mental health of our students. 7 in 10 teens in the U.S. are experiencing mental health struggles, and the students in our school district are no exception. Suicide is the 4th largest cause of death among 15 to 19-year-olds globally each year. I have worked with people in crisis for 27 years in a variety of different positions, and I can say without a doubt we are at a tipping point. We know our students are struggling with depression, anxiety, chemical health issues, violence both within their homes and within their communities in staggering amounts. This epidemic is heightened amongst youths that identify as LGBTQ and trans students. From a study published by the American Academy of Pediatrics, there are alarming levels of attempted suicides amongst transgender youth. More than half of transgender males reported attempting suicide, not just thinking about it, but attempting suicide in their lifetime. And almost 30% of transgender females have attempted suicide. Amongst non-binary youth, 41.8% responded said they've had attempted suicide at some point. Consistently, when I talk to people who have about what has made a lasting impact on their life, it was having someone to talk to that they could trust. It's having someone that believes in them to provide a safe space and help them navigate one of the most difficult developmental stages, adolescence. Research repeatedly bears out that time and time again, the number one protective factor is a safe, caring adult in their lives. If students do not feel safe, they cannot learn. If students are victims of bullying, they are not learning. If students are not getting their physical and emotional needs met, such as food, they cannot learn. Across the country, there are over 120 pieces of anti-LGBTQ legislation this session alone. There have been calls within the debate in the Florida State Legislature to eradicate that community. When I worked with homeless and runaway youth in St. Paul, the majority of youth that I worked with had run away from their home because of the violence experienced within their family when they came out to their parents. These children do not feel safe. They do not feel safe in their homes, and often they do not feel safe in their community or in their schools. And they are listening. Students are listening to how adults talk about them, and it is deeply impacting them. I cannot tell you how many calls I have gotten from children, from my friends within the community, who have been so deeply impacted by all of the rhetoric and all of the discussions. There's been opposition about providing safe spaces for students, and more recently about putting pride flags in classrooms and educational posters from that community about their contributions, and this is considered indoctrination. I would say it is not indoctrination, it is life-saving. We owe it to our students to provide spaces free of ridicule, free of bullying, and adults who care and are concerned about them. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is Kate Falvey, Course Offerings.
Hello, I'm Kate Falvey. I am a Faribault resident and a parent of Faribault Middle School students. I'm also a teacher in the district. Oh, I need these, sorry. Today I'd like to bring to your attention a concern that I have for the future of Faribault Public Schools and the city of Faribault in general. There are students in the school, in my opinion, that are underserved in the district. The students in this group are actually not categorized by gender, ethnicity, neurodiversity, or economic class. In fact, this group contains students from all of these other groups. They are the students who demonstrate high levels of motivation regarding their learning. And regardless of whether or not it is intrinsic or extrinsic motivation, they have it in spades, and it's becoming more and more clear that the district does not support or encourage this particular group of students. Advanced level, college preparatory, and concurrent enrollment courses are being eliminated from the high school course catalog. Courses labeled as advanced were also just eliminated at the middle school. Due to the cuts of these upper level courses, more and more students are taking PSEO as soon as they can, and they take as many as they can. And some students who see an unsupported future ahead of them are just open enrolling into another district. In addition, the future of the community is in jeopardy. Why would any of these students ever come back to raise their families here if they know that their children will not be challenged by Faribault schools? The future leaders of our school and our community are walking out the door, and they're not coming back. And by the way, when students walk out, their money and their test scores go with them. I would like to actually, if you'll indulge me, a moment of teacher bragging. I don't know if that's allowed. I'm going to mention a group of my students, if that's okay. The German students in the upper level courses this year, they take an exam called the APPLE. And this is a nationally supported exam that is gives the students ratings on all their abilities, and it also allows them to, the state of Minnesota will allow them a certificate of proficiency or a seal, and that gets them free college credits from a university in Minnesota. This is called the Sealed by Literacy Program. And I am super proud to inform you all that 85% of the German 3 and 4 students will receive a certificate from the state. And 2 of the students will actually get 2 because they also took the test in their native language. So I'm super proud of that, and I hope that more consideration can be given to retaining upper level courses in the high school in particular. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker tonight is going to be Kay Keller. Topic is Avid Math.
Thank you for the opportunity. I'm going to first read a sentence that comes right from the Avid website. It says, Avid is committed to fostering, cultivating, and advancing a culture of diversity, equity, and inclusion. And that sounds really good unless you know what those words are code for. And one of those words, equity, our last speaker just kind of touched on part of that, because equity means equal outcomes for everyone. Some are artificially elevated, while others are artificially unfairly held back to give everyone an equal outcome. Equity is not what we want. Avid is an organization that is taking advantage of poor academic outcomes across the country. It claims to be interested in college and career readiness, when in fact their goal is to get into schools to push their Marxist ideologies. The proficiency rate of the Faribault Middle School students on the spring 2022 MCA 3 for math was 14.2%, as you guys know. The goal is 32.4 by the spring of 2024 using Avid. But what data is there to suggest that the Avid program will do this? Just because they say so? Because they claim it's evidence-based? What does that even mean? They have all these good-sounding words, but I couldn't find anything on the website or anywhere that had actual facts. So that's not good enough. Has the research really been done by the curriculum people into what schools have high test scores and what math programs they're using? So just in case you're thinking I'm kind of crazy that Avid is worming its way into schools to promote their social agenda, I would just point to the very fact that it's the 9th grade Avid teacher who is organizing the 3 days of the alphabet soup so-called education at the end of the year. So I just say, sorry folks, Avid doesn't care about teaching math or English unless they can use it to advance their social agenda. And I think bringing this into school, talking about it, it gives all that much more opportunity for maybe some students to feel uncomfortable on both sides, and this isn't where that needs to take place. When our test scores for math are 14%, I think we should spend more time on math and not so much time on conversations about these things. And another little side. So we've been giving tours on our farm for at least 25 years, and we used to have Faribault Public Schools come out there, but you know what? We don't anymore. We don't, because some people oppose their kids going to a pig farm. So what happens? Everybody loses out. Instead of, if some families want their kids to come to a pig farm, couldn't they come to a pig farm? No, nobody gets to go to a pig farm. So now we have STEM school and Divine Mercy come. Same thing's going to happen with sports. Some boys who have a mental illness and think they're girls are going to want to play in the girls' sports. And what's going to happen? The girls are going to miss out because girls cannot compete with boys.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Our next topic, I believe, well, is Mr. Jacobs, Gary Jacobs, is he in the room? Does anybody know if he's still here? Okay, so I will, does anybody know if he's still here?
Do you want me to check in the other room?
Yeah, he just didn't write a topic down, so we'll get to him
Okay.
last. So our first one. Oh, okay, no worries. 1, 2, 3. He is here? Mr. Jacobs, sorry, just real quick. What is your topic?
The transgender topic.
Trend.
Resolution 2346. Minnesota State High School League.
Oh, okay. I'm just gonna say MSHSL. Is that all right?
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, that's fine.
You were on top. We'll start with you. We're actually going to have 6, not 5. There may be some that speak however they want. Well, some may have different thoughts on it, okay? So anytime, if you've been here before, some of you have, you know on big topic conversations, we try to say 5 in favor of, 5 against, or however you want to call it, okay? So that we can have fair conversation, if you will. So we're going to have 6 speakers tonight on MSHSL conversation. Mr. Jacobs, you're first. Thank you.
Thank you. I come here tonight as a Faribault school, whatever. I went to Faribault school, and I have daughters and sons in this school. My issue is this Minnesota high school resolution. And forgive me, I'm not fully read up on this. I kind of crash coursed myself in the hallway. I wasn't able to find this that easily. And I believe part of it is probably my doing. I don't follow the board meetings that closely. A lot of stuff I'm okay with. I'm just okay with. I give you guys my trust in making the right decisions for our kids, my wife and myself. This hits really close to home for me. I cannot stomach having a boy in with my daughters. I can't. There's specific sports that allow both boys and girls. That's fine. Let that happen. This inserting boys into women's sports means my daughter's going to potentially miss out on opportunities because the science. I mean, boys are, and forgive me if I'm rash here, boys are usually bigger, stronger, faster. It's genetics. There's an XY and an X chromosome. That's how it works. You start pushing this and mending it back and forth, it becomes unfair for my daughters. It becomes unfair for, I don't know if any of you members have daughters in school. It becomes unfair for them as well. There's in the Minnesota, the high school league, right here, it says in Minnesota, if a girl had the ability to play with the boys, she could do that if everyone agreed. However, boys could not do the same. I want to know who is everyone, and does everyone have a say, even after tonight? Like, let's say you guys vote one way or the other, and let's say for some absurd reason it gets passed. My question is, does my daughter have a say in this? When this comes down to, girls softball, girls swimming, for instance, girls volleyball, does my daughter have a say if she doesn't feel comfortable? Is she going to have the opportunity to say, no, this boy can't play? There was talk tonight, and I'm probably going to run out of time here, but there was talk tonight about the social issues and the mental health of our students. I'm just going to come out and frankly say it. Transgender kids, it's a mental health issue. That needs to be addressed fully, social work and whatever.
Mr. Jacobs, are you almost done?
Yeah, I'm done. I'm not good at this, and like I said, I crash course myself. I just wanted to speak my mind. I want you guys to seriously consider the girls in school.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker tonight is Joanne Hackett. Is Joanne in the room? Yes. Come on forward if you would, please.
I have a handout.
would you just watch that cord there? I just want you to. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
You can give it to those two. I'll share it, Chad. You can give it to Lucas. Yeah, I can share it, Chad.
You can.
Hello, my name is Joanne Hackett, and I am a Faribault resident. I come before the board today to give information about the method by which feel-good social policies are used to indoctrinate students in our schools against traditional Western civilization. Please see the paper I've handed out to you. There are 4 steps to the implementation of critical race theory undercover in the school system, starting with ideology. The ideology of CRT is the belief that America is oppressive and that all the systems need to be torn down, dividing people by race, gender, sexuality, etc., into classes of oppressors and oppressed. The next step is the feel-good marketing campaign that disarmed parents and teachers, diversity, equity, and inclusion. It can also be used to weaponize guilt. Why are you against inclusion? The third step is the delivery system, which is social emotional learning, a whole school culture change disguised as mental health. This is a multi-billion-dollar industry that manipulates your child's survey data to justify more evidence-based woke policies in your school. Finally, the other CRT training method is culturally responsive teaching, the method by which all teachers and counselors are trained. Every subject in K through 12 is being taught through the lens of a critical race theorist. Race and gender propaganda are seeded through discussions and assignments. Please consider the information as you vote on policies and procedures that come before the board. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker, I think. One second here. Ms. Cross? Is that it? I think so.
Esmeralda?
Say it again?
Esmeralda.
Yes. Perfect. Thank you. Come on forward if you will.
Is it okay if I go over, Chad?
Yep, you sure can.
Don't feel comfortable.
Yep, that's good.
Let's state your name and all that. So.
Thank you. Welcome.
State your name. She's a little nervous.
They already said it.
Huh?
They already said it.
Go ahead.
Emmy.
Emmy, come on. Say your name.
Esmeralda.
What do you got to say? Oh, tell them, not me. It's not going to work, Chad. Nothing's going to work. Do you want to talk or no?
Can you
What do you want me to say? She wants to talk about boys in the locker room. That's her issue.
Okay.
Yeah.
She, just to preface things, she plays on the boys football team and has played for 2 years. Never been in the boys locker room, doesn't care to go in the boys locker room. Now she'll talk.
Now I will. I've talked to several girls that I play sports with, and they are not comfortable with guys going in the girls' locker room or the opposite way around. Because there's a reason they divide it up. Because if they let that, like, if they allow that, then there's going to be things that the teachers and staff are not going to want happening, and that are they have been trying to avoid happening. But if they allow both genders in the same locker room, then that things that they're trying to avoid happening will happen. And the majority of people, both genders I've talked to about, they aren't comfortable with the opposite gender in their locker room. And then what my father said about me playing a guy sport. I've never been in the locker room, nor do I care to be. That's why we separate the locker rooms. So I have to change in a different locker room while they change in their locker room, and I just meet them where we're supposed to have practice. There's a few things I had on there.
Done?
I was trying to read that.
Thanks.
Okay,
Thank you. I was trying to read that.
thank you, we
Some of the
appreciate it.
crap I had.
Mike, if you'll stay there.
You want me to say?
Yep, you're actually next on the list, so. Yep.
Okay, my name is Mike, hold on a second, Chad, I'm gonna time this because I'm gonna go over. Okay, my name is Mike Cross. I'm a parent here in the school district. I also ran for the school district, so I know the situation you guys are in right now. I wouldn't want to be here tonight, gotta be honest. Okay, but I went on a fact-finding mission. Last night I was out of town camping, got tons of phone calls, started my research. These are some facts I'm gonna give, and a lot of people here tonight do not know these facts. Okay? The the State Board of Education and the High School League are two separate organizations. Okay? And the High School League answers directly to the governor. So the problems we have with the transgender stuff, we need to go to the governor and or them, not this school board. This school board cannot do nothing about it. Okay, the policy was put into place in 2014, revised in 2016, still in effect today. It hasn't been a big issue till recently. Okay, it is an issue now, we're aware of that. The board will be voting whether to continue a membership with the State High School League. The board cannot, and I repeat, cannot in any way change the policy. So basically, now I'm going to go to opinion. Basically, we're being blackmailed by the State High School League. We either sign this policy. If we don't, my daughter does not play sports next year. Your daughters do not play next year. We're out of the high school district if they do not sign this tonight. That's a plain fact. That's no discussion about it. Speaking of discussion, we're talking about discussion about boys going to the girls' locker room. Unfortunately, it's not a discussion for these guys. It's a state law. It's also, there's cases, Anoka-Hennepin County versus the person's name, Anoka-Hennepin County lost. They appealed, they lost. They settled for $370-some thousand out of court. So, way above these guys' pay grade. Okay? We need to if we're going to put up a fight, we need to fight to the right people. Okay? And as most of you don't know, and I didn't know, a lot of this stuff I didn't know till today, believe me. If my daughter feels uncomfortable with a boy in the locker room, the school has to make accommodations for her and anybody that feels uncomfortable. And that means moving to a different locker room and leave that transgender kid in the locker room by themselves, so be it. But they get accommodated, then the people that feel uncomfortable get accommodated too. So there is a solution to the situation there. Okay, so whether we agree with this policy or not, it doesn't matter to us. We will lose sports next year. And I'm going to give you a news flash, because everybody on the internet goes crazy and don't get their facts straight. Your kid's not going to be Medford or Kenyon, because it's the same thing that we're going to put up with here. They're in the Minnesota High School District. They're going to follow the same rules. So unless you're going to put your kid in a private league somewhere, it's not going to happen. Now, these are facts I've gathered in the last couple of days. Let me give you a couple potential situations. I'm close, Chad. Girl playing softball, third base. Gets hit by a boy up the bat with a line drive. I played a lot of softball in my time in Arizona, New Mexico, Nevada. Now, I'm not bragging, but I put 2 people in the hospital with line drives. Okay?
Mr.
What
Cross?
do you do when a boy puts a girl in the hospital with a line drive? Have the state answer to that one. Okay, now I'm going to give you my opinions.
Mr. Cross, are you close to being done?
Huh?
Are you close to being done?
Yes,
You're 3 minutes
15, 20 seconds. Okay. I don't like transgender lifestyles. Plain and simple, do not like them. Girls are born with an innie, boys are born with an outie. That's how I was taught as a kid. Okay? Pretty simple as that. Final thought. The queen of the transgender world, Bruce Jenner, says do not allow boys in the locker room.
Okay, thank you. Next up is Mike Mahoney. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Does anybody know Mike? I know that's on a slight delay. It's like watching satellite TV in somebody's house in one room. Goes a little quicker.
See, I see the last one.
No, I got one more. Yep, because I went 6, not 5, because I didn't know. I'm sorry, does anybody know if Mike Mahoney's still here? Thank you. How about Tom Moline? I saw him somewhere. Oh, he's checking. Tom, we'll have you. Sure. We couldn't find him? Okay. Thank you.
Oh. And thank you. Thank you, board members. I'm going to speak to the same thing that Mike Cross just spoke to, hopefully in a little different tone. I think it's unlikely that you will be able to do anything without the membership in the ministry.
Tom, can you move the mic a little closer if you would, please?
Gee, I never had that trouble before. Try that. Okay, again, I'm speaking about the membership in the Minnesota State High School League. I think it's inevitable. I mean, it's too big a program, it's too important, and the issues, as I think Mike laid out, are kind of out of the league here. However, there are things we can do, and I'd like to address that. Is that there's considerable concerns about the idea of men being allowed to identify as women and then being allowed to compete against women and have access to facilities and activities previously designated as women-only spaces. For your consideration, I'd like to point out that there has never been any scientific or medical record of a man becoming a woman. I'm not trying to be harsh to people. I understand that there's people with huge challenges. I'm not trying to put them down. But allowing access to facilities and activities dedicated to women by men has no basis in reality, and I believe it's a violation of the Minnesota State High School League's own bylaws. And I would ask you to draw your attention to the Minnesota High School League bylaws handbooks, section 209, sexual, racial, religious harassment, violence, and hazing in league-sponsored athletic and fine arts activities. It's a long section. In 3 minutes, I can't read it all. I'm going to touch on two sections. Sexual harassment consists of unwelcome sexual advances, requests for sexual favors, sexually motivated physical conduct, or other verbal or physical conduct, or communication of a sexual nature. I think that's a big line. Followed that is sexual harassment may include, but is not limited to. And the list is there. If you look in 209, you can get those things. Again, carefully read that. Verbal or physical conduct, and sexual harassment may include but is not limited to. The Minnesota State High School League leaves the door open for other interpretations. The simple reason is that the presence of a biological male in what should be considered a female protected space is a form of sexual harassment. And I think that you have to consider the Constitution of the state of Minnesota, Article 1, Bill of Rights, object of government. Government is instituted for the security, benefit, and protection of the people, in whom all political power is inherent, together with the right to alter, modify, or reform government whenever required by the public good. And I think this opens the opportunity for you as a school board in Faribault to voice the concerns of the people of Faribault on these very important issues. When I read that simple statement from the Constitution in the context of this discussion, I highly recommend that we recognize that security, benefit, and protection of the people applies equally to women and girls. I think we're at a very dangerous place in our time and history. We have a lot of responsibilities. We have a lot of conflicting things. I think the school board tonight, you probably vote to continue working with the high school league. But we as a community need to work together to define the fact that we cannot let someone who has a mental problem affect the outcome of the majority of the population. I feel sorry for them. I have empathy. I recognize they have issues. But we have daughters, mothers, wives. The women in our society.
Mr. Moline, are you almost done?
I am almost done.
Okay, your 3 minutes was up about 15 seconds ago.
Well,
so
thank you for your generosity.
you're welcome.
God bless you all, and we hope this all works out for all of us.
Was anybody able to find Mike? Mike Mahoney? I believe it's Mike Mahoney. I'm going to give it 20 seconds if somebody can find him. Otherwise, that will conclude our community comments. Nope. Next month, we'll see you here. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so this brings us to item 7, our consent agenda. I will entertain a motion to approve our consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Robichaud, a second by Mr. Olson. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Just for some of you first-timers here, the consent agenda is simply a motion and a second and a vote. There's no discussion on it. So that brings us to item 8, retirements. We do not have any this evening. So we move to item number 9, our finance. Item 9A are the minutes from our April 17th finance meeting. It's simply a report. If there's any questions, Mr. Gertis can certainly help answer them. All right, hearing no questions. Mr. Gertis, will you come up and take us through item 9B, the budget enrollment investment report, comparative financials, and the financial analytics, please? Thank you.
Wait till it comes up on screen. So, first report.
Let me just, there we go, okay. It wasn't on the screens in back, and it's still relatively small. I wanted to make sure people could see it if they wanted to.
So the first report that we have up on the screen now, page 1 that we are looking at is, again, month of April data only. So just wanted you to look at that. It's April data only, and I'll explain to you how it fits into the big picture here in a second. But again, all the sites are broken down there, and so you can see kind of ADM data as calculated, again, by the site just for the month of April. We slide down to the second page, and you can see, thank you, NASCO, you can see that the total for April flows into the April column there of the 3115. The 3,115 ADM then get averaged each month, and that's kind of how ADM work, right? It's average daily membership for the course of the entire school year. So we are looking at data by month, averaged, to try and come into what our ADM is going to be. And again, for people out in the crowd, that's how school districts get paid in part on the Gen Ed formula. So if you average all those numbers, you go across there, you're going to see that we have 3,162. You add in about 72 students that we actually get ADM for tuition, and you can see that we have a total of 3,234. To remind the board, our revised budget stands today at 3,230. So we are currently at the end of April 4 ADM over our revised budget, so it's actually pretty close. Just as a side note, I mentioned last month that we continued to kind of have some billing issues with our PSEO. Those issues have still not been resolved. So this is
when are you going to resolve that?
I'm hoping by this time next month, but I don't know. Those issues are outside of my control right now. They're stuck at the Department of Education, so and at the college level. So the school district is right now caught in the middle, Mr. Olson, of this situation. So I went again and tried to calculate this all by hand, so that's why I'm pretty confident with these numbers. So, any questions on enrollment? Okay, we're going to move into our investment report for the end of April 2023. As you can see, and I mentioned last month, just as our investment report, we on the cash life cycle of school finance at Faribault, our investments at the end of at the end of April grew over the end of March. So you can see we went from 13.3, almost up $2 million to 15.3. Again, that's simply based on this point in time on a calendar year. So we did invest another $936,900 in a laddered CD program, earning about 5.25% over the life of that program, or life of that CD structure. So, any questions on the investment report? Okay. The next report, we'll talk a little bit about our comparative financials. So, again, how we just wait till it gets set up on screen. So, again, we look at a couple different things. Again, the utilities, you can see across the top. We haven't really gotten any better year over year in terms of being over budget. Our utilities, well, they haven't risen last month, they went up the month before. So look for a revision in the final adjustment in June to account for these overages, including the snow removal listed on line 4 there below. If we move down to look at our self-insurance account, again, I'll remind the board that while we are looking pretty good there with an increase of almost $600,000 to the fund balance through the month of April, remember that we do have May and June left. Plus, again, as a reminder, the IBNR, which is how we try and capture all services received by June 30th, but not billed. And so that's a calculation that we use to try and calculate that. And so that obviously will increase the expenses for the year as well. But that being said, we are in a good position at the end of April. Any questions on the self-insurance Blue Cross Blue Shield account? Anybody? Okay. In the last report that I'm going to share just
Mr.
a few.
Groves,
Yes, go ahead, Ms.
we're
Wall.
going to another slide now.
Yeah.
Oh,
Did
no,
you have
I had a question on administrative fees from April to, wait a minute. There was a wait a minute if I can find it, I'm sorry. It said fiscal year 22 percent of budget through April, and then fiscal year 23 percent of budget. It went from 40.68% to 237.17%. I was wondering why there was such a jump.
So the administrative fees for our plan changed from last year to this year and how we budgeted them. So that's why, while that stands out like a 200% increase, it's really not that. Okay. It's really how the plan was structured and how we're accounting for the different components of our Blue Cross Blue Shield plan, because there's a healthcare component, there is the actual costs themselves, there's an admin, there's third-party fees. So there's a lot of different fees that add up. And so we changed the way we're accounting for them, so it kind of makes more sense for that. And so next year's budget will be look a little bit better when we'll have two years in a row. Okay, so the last slide is the colorful slide that we have here. So just want to point out, so we show this slide every month, which shows projected fund balance, again, through the month of April, and then projects forward through the month of May and the month of June. You can see up until this month, we were tracking actually pretty close, right? And in the month of April, our current year, which is the blue line, dipped below the dotted red line, which is last year's numbers. And the reason for that is quite simple. So last year, the first year of all of the ESSER money that we received, And why there was such a big dip all the way down to the bottom is because it took us 6 to 8 months to get all of our grants in place and approved, both the applications approved and the budgets approved by the Department of Education. And so when we finally caught up, you can see the red line goes all the way farther up and then kind of flattens out between May and June. The blue line is a little bit more representation of what actually a typical year would look like. We don't reach those peaks like we did last year. And so that's why that line dips in the month of April, down about $800 and some thousand, because it's a more realistic picture of where we're at in terms of cash flow and fund balance projections. Does that make sense to everybody? That's kind of a complicated thing.
So the ESSER money's done, right?
No, Mr. Olson. So we have ESSER money through the rest of this year, and then our ESSER 3 funds actually we still have for fiscal year 24. So ESSER 3 funds expire on actually 9/30 of 2024, which is actually our fiscal year 25, but it's on the federal fiscal year. So next year we will have rough number. I'm shooting off my head here, but about $1.8 to $2 million left of ESSER funds in next year's budget.
When at the federal level, they want to claw back some of the COVID money. Is this part of it?
No, school district funds, are not part of that clawback. What they're talking about is some of those PPP loans and those other things that were more open to all businesses across the board that just haven't been spent yet.
Okay, thank you.
So, yep. So if we flip the page, so we slide down to the second page, again, we look at the dashboards at the top of the page there, the blue, red, and purple. Again, if you look at projected budgets to actuals, you can see that we're moving right along in the right direction there as well. And again, if you look at actual revenues, 67 point some percent to 69.21. That's pretty close there in the blue half circle. And even the bar charts down below represent year over year. They're pretty close in comparison. Flip the page and you look at expenses, right? So our expenses again within a percentage point of where we would project them to be. So again, pretty close there as well. And if you look at the charts in the center, kind of the maroon and kind of the Vikings colors there, Gophers and Vikings colors, you can see almost identical across the board, comparing year over year. And the last page that I want to just talk about again is just again a snapshot in time. If you look at those funds, again, this gives you a representation of where we are at the end of April. So again, a snapshot of time at the end of April. If you look at the chart in the bottom right, you see how the chart goes extremely north. Again, for the board members here, school accounting is on a cash accrual basis, which means we run cash throughout the year, but then on June 30th, we make about 300 entries to try and make sure that we capture all the revenue that was earned in this year, and then we capture all the expenses that were spent by June 30th in this year. And that causes our financial numbers to swing up at the end of the year, and then obviously start down in a hole when we reverse that all off in the beginning of the subsequent year. Again, I'm not going to talk all about all the different funds. You can look at the different funds on the subsequent pages between the general fund, the food service fund, community ed, construction, debt service, trust fund, Blue Cross Blue Shield self-insurance, and our OPEB trust. Any questions on any of the monthly financial reports for April 2023?
Thank you.
Okay.
We appreciate it. All right, this brings us to item 9B5, gifts and donations, resolution 23-45. I apologize here in advance. It's good news. This is a lengthy list, so I will get through it as fast as I can. Some of these donations are kind of grouped together in the same category, so I'll try to be as clear as possible, and thank you, NASCO, for sharing that. So our first donation here, item A, Faribault Rotary Youth Services, $2,500 for the high school strength and conditioning program. Item B, Faribault Booster Club, $1,035 for Roosevelt vulcanizing door painting. Item C, District 1 Hospital Auxiliary, $1,000 high school strength and conditioning program. Item D, Faribault Booster Club, $5,000 high school summer speed and strength camp. Item E, all of these are going to fall under item E, donations for the robotics program. Faribault Booster Club, $2,000 as a matching donation. Under that, True View for $500. Gail and Sandy Ehlers for $150. Bob and Nancy Felix for $100. Lyle and Ruth Olson, $50. Marion Ball, $25. Other donations for the robotics program. B&B Manufacturing, $250. Teresa Eberhardy, $100. Cameron Gustafson, $140. Anthony and Gail Gillen, $100. Faribault Booster Club, it's a pass-through, $50, for Dave and Krista Swanson. Ken Kangas on behalf of FAIR, $130. Sertoma Club of Faribault, $250. And Arletta Schumann, $50. Once again, those are all for item E, Faribault Robotics. Item F, donations for DECA, Cable Connection, $100. Harry Brown's, $500. Metcon, $200. Shelley Fritz, $50. Bolt Funeral Home, $150. Doug and Barb Wordish, $100. Jason Crone Insurance Agency, $50. CNS Vending, $100. State Bank of Faribault, $100. Wolf Family, $100. Faribault Booster Club, as a pass-through from TrueView, $500. That concludes our gifts and donations for this month. With that said, I will entertain a motion to approve Resolution 23-45 as stated.
So move. Second.
We have a motion by Ms. Boudreau, a second by Ms. Steves. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Ms. Moore.
Yeah, I do appreciate the specifics, because sometimes I think it's more specific as to what it's used for. I do appreciate that. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? I would just like to thank all those in the community that did donate to all these programs. I think without a question, if we don't have those donations, some of those programs simply don't exist. And so thank you. We do greatly appreciate it. Okay, Ms. Steves, will you please do a roll call?
John Bellingham.
Aye.
Linda Boudreau.
Aye.
Linda Moore.
Aye.
Richard Olson.
Aye.
Gary Robichaud.
Aye.
Cassie Steves. Aye. Chad Wolf.
Aye.
Resolution passes 7-0.
Thank you for that. That brings us to item 9C. Items reviewed by the Finance Committee and are suggested for board approval. So item 9C1, consider approval of the 2023-2024 Sodexo contract. I'll entertain a motion to approve.
Mr. Chair, I'll so move.
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Bellingham, a second by Mr. Olson. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion passes 6-0. Ms. Steves left the room here temporarily. So that brings us to item 9C2, consider approval of the 2023-2024 Nurstrand maintenance contract. I'll entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Olson, a second by Ms. Moore. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 6-0. Thank you. Brings us to item 9C3, consider approval of the 2023-2024 Nurstrand building lease. I'll entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Steves, we're right now considering approval of the 2023-2024 Nurstrand building lease. We have a motion by Mr. Robichaud, a second by Ms. Boudreau. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. This brings us to item 9C4, consider approval of 2023-2024 2024 Nursery and Technology Contract. I will entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Olson, a second by Mr. Robichaud. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. This brings us to item 9C5, consider approval of the 2023-2024 Nursery and Food Service Management Company contract. I will entertain a motion to approve.
So moved. Second.
We have a motion by Ms. Steves, a second by Ms. Boudreau. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. This brings us to item 9C6, consider approval of the 2023-2024 Nursery and Nursing Contract. I'll entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Ms. Boudreau, a second by Mr. Bellingham. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Brings us to item 9C7, consider approval of the 2023-2024 third-party billing contract. I will entertain a motion to approve.
Mr. Chair, so move. Oh, good.
I'm going to give it the motion to Mr. Robichaud, a second to Mr. Bellingham. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Just to update everybody on those, I believe 1 through 7 are annual renewals essentially, so we go through those pretty quickly. So this brings us to item 9C8. Consider approval of Faribault Public Schools to issue a request for quote for a 10-year transportation contract. I will entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Robichaud, a second by Ms. Boudreau. Any further discussion on this item?
Mr. Chair, could
Yes.
Scott come up on this one?
Sure. Mr. Gerdes, would you please come forward? Mr. Olson, do you have a specific question for him, or?
I think I asked him in finance of why a 10-year contract? What's the advantages and disadvantages? If there are any advantages or disadvantages.
Yep. So before I answer that, Mr. Olson, I'll just give a little bit of the backstory here. So our contract ends at the end of August here, 2023. It's the end of a 4-year agreement with Faribault Transportation Services. During that 4-year period of time, I believe it was in 2020, the state legislature changed the procurement law for transportation contracts to allow for a 10-year contract. Reason for that was twofold. One, it becomes very onerous to go through an RFP process every so often, right? It takes a lot of time from a school district in order to do that. Very similar to the way we do it with food service, when we're allowed to do a 5-year contract with just annual renewals. Two, if you were going to set up a transportation hub in the city of anywhere, right? Pick Faribault, for example, or any town thereof, you're talking about massive amounts of investment to come in and set up an infrastructure like it is today. So if you have a 4-year contract and you have to then pay for that infrastructure over 4 years, you artificially inflate your prices to order to pay for buses and sheds and overhead and everything else it takes to set up a busing operation. The main reason for the 10 years is now you can allocate that overhead over a 10-year period of time and thus keep your rates lower to the school district instead of having to try and recoup them over a 4-year period of time. So another obviously advantage from the school district side, all right, is we're obviously able to lock in a contract and we don't have to have this discussion again at this level for a long period of time, right? Two, the other thing is we've had a working relationship with Faribault Transportation now for almost 3/4 of a century, and I think it would be fair to say that they have provided us phenomenal, excellent, and every other adjective you could think of service over those periods of time, even though I can only relate to them for about 3 years now myself personally. So Does that answer your question, Mr. Olson? A long
So do they
rambling
have an inflation factor in the contract, or what's the story?
So all this is doing is asking us to go out for quotes, right? So we'll see what their proposal comes back with. What I can tell you in a little bit that's in the backstory here is that right before COVID, right, is when their contract started. And so they gave us a 1% rate on all general ed services, so our basic bus routes. We have a 3% rate increase per year for special ed because of the increased costs for equipment for hauling special ed and scheduling and routing and all of that. And we had a 2% increase per year for all other activities and sports and all of that. That was the case for the last 4 years. So on average, that runs us roughly about 1.8% increase. I'm going off the top of my head when I looked this up, but last year I believe the transportation in 2022 was 7.5. We had a 1.8. This year the transportation number is a little over 8%. We had a 1.8. So needless to say, the rates are going to go up in 2024 and probably 2025 until this inflationary pressures come off. Other than the fact that Faribault Transportation has been obviously upside down in those contracts. They haven't come back to us and said, I need more money. They haven't walked off the job and said, I'm done. We're not going to serve you because we're losing our shirts. They haven't done that. They've kept providing the same excellent service that they've done. So as to how they're going to handle a 10-year contract, my guess would be, like all other contracts, they're going to tie it to some kind of a CPI adjustment, hopefully around transportation, because there's obviously, as you're all well aware, there's different CPI rates out there. And so they would obviously want to tie it to one that best meets the inflationary pressures of a transportation industry versus ag or manufacturing or whatever else it is, right? And so that would be, I would imagine, how it would come off, Mr. Olson. But I'm kind of making an assumption, right? Because I don't know how else you would do it in any other way than that. So.
And do you think we'll get more than one bid or probably just one bid?
My guess at this point in time is that nobody is going to come in this environment and stand up a multi-million-dollar busing contract today when people can't find drivers. You're paying 30% more for every bus you put on the road. If you can find the parts for buses, they're up about 60%, along with all the other things that are coming off of legislature about unemployment and all of that. I don't know who would want to do something so stupid.
Okay. Any other discussion regarding this? Once again, it is an RFQ. There's no contract being signed or anything like that.
That is correct. The goal is to bring back the winning proposal and the winning contract in June, so that we can bring this to a close.
Okay. Thank you. Any other discussion? All right. Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Thank you, Mr. Gertis, for that information.
Mr. Chair, can I just chime in one more thing here that I
Yep.
forgot? I pulled this off the website, and I'll share this more next month too. Faribault Transportation has the second lowest cost in the Big Nine, comparing the Big Nine schools. So I forgot to share that with you guys as well. Partly because they're only taking a 1.8% increase over time.
Thank you. Okay, that brings us to item 9C9. Consider approval of the 2023-2025 ECFE on the go Early Childhood Family Education Model. I will entertain a motion to approve.
Mr. Chair, I'll so move.
Second? Second? Or did you get a second?
Yep, I have a second.
Okay.
Thank you. We have a motion by Mr. Bellingham, a second by Ms. Steves. Mr. Benty, or would you like to talk to us at all about this, or Mr. Pruitt?
Good evening. So as folks remember, as part of earlier in a few months ago, we came with the Ready for Kindergarten goal that the board is hoping to adopt. And one of the strategies we talked about is increasing the size or the number of sections of our preschool program within the school district. But one of the other strategies we talked about is making sure that we as a district are reaching out to other early childhood providers throughout the community. And this is one of the strategies utilizing our early childhood family education program to go into home daycares and family, friends, and neighbors who are providing care to be able to offer additional support and outreach. In addition, it will also allow us to be able to offer additional evening and weekend ECFE programs. Those have proven to be particularly popular with ECFE and some of the families that aren't involved in some of our daytime programs. So really excited about leaning into that strategy as we try to increase the number of kids who are ready for kindergarten.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Pruitt? Any further discussion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I do appreciate the fact that collaboration with the families, and your goal is really to increase parental involvement, and I think that's very important. So I do appreciate that.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Any other discussion? Okay, hearing none. We have a motion by Mr. Bellingham, a second by Ms. Steves. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. At this point, before we go on to item 10, I would like to recommend that we take a 5-minute break. We've been here for a little over 2 hours, so I'd like to reconvene at, what's that say, 7:36, if you will, on that clock back there. Everybody okay with that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone, for sticking with us. No, I'm good. This brings us to item 10, our policy committee. Item 10A are the minutes from the May 2nd policy meeting. We have several board members on that policy committee. Anything that any of you would like to share?
Well, Mr. Chair, I think the minutes pretty well state what was discussed.
Okay. Thank you. So that brings us to item 10B. The following policies are presented for first reading. Policy 410, family medical leave policy, and policy 516, the student medication policy. Once again, those are first reading. Bless you. All right. First reading. Brings us to item 10C, consider approval of the following policies. Policy 516.5, policy 601, policy 612.1, and policy 616. Normally we would take all these and do one motion. Ms. Moore has indicated to me that she would like to pull out policy 601, 612.1, and policy 616. Is that correct, Ms. Moore?
Yes.
So this evening, we will take all of them individually. So this brings us to item 10C1, policy 516.5. I'll entertain a motion to approve the overdose medication policy.
So moved.
Do we have a second? Ms. Steves, we have a motion by Mr. Olson, a second by Ms. Steves. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. Bless you. This brings us to item 10C2, policy 601, school district curriculum and instruction goals. I will entertain a motion to approve.
So moved. I'll second.
We have a motion by Mr. Robichaud, a second by Mr. Bellingham. Any further discussion on this item?
Mr. Chair, I just want to have a comment. I like this policy, except for on page 4, 5E, we still don't have a definition of multicultural, gender-fair, disability-sensitive society, that we are going to be having students acquire these skills necessary to promote this. So I am going to vote no. Just wanted to give you a heads up.
Okay, thank you for that, Ms. Boudreau. Other discussion?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I too, because of the fact that we really don't have a definition of these terms, like global and cultural understanding. What does that mean? Human diversity, multicultural, gender fair, I think you mentioned that. And just in general, a process to examine the equitable distribution of teachers and strategies. What does that mean? What does equitable mean? I do have several issues with, like, in 3 there, I think it's 4, all right, excuse me. Yeah, 4, 3, students' access to effective teachers who are members of populations underrepresented. I hope all our teachers are effective. It's just the wording in some of this. And so because of the lack of definitions for many of this, I'm going to vote no.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Moore. Any other discussion on policy 601? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor, please
Roll
signify.
call, please.
Okay. Ms. Steve, will you please do a roll call?
John Bellingham?
Aye.
Linda Boudreau? No. Linda Moore?
No.
Richard Olson?
No.
Jerry Robichaud?
Yes.
Cassie Steves, aye. Chad Wolf?
Aye.
Passes 4-3.
Thank you for that. Okay, this brings us to item 10C3, policy 612.1, development of parent and family engagement policies for Title I programs. I will entertain a motion to approve policy 612.1.
Mr. Chair, I'll so move.
We have a motion by Mr. Bellingham. Do we have a second?
Second?
We have a second by Ms. Steves. Further discussion?
Yes, Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
Ms.
I believe it's on the second page that I ran it off. It's 3D in the middle of the paragraph. Well, I'm going to read the whole thing. I think it's one sentence. Conduct with the meaningful involvement of parents and family members, an annual evaluation of content and effectiveness of the parent and family engagement policy, and improving the academic quality of the schools served, including identifying barriers to greater participation by parents in parental involvement activities, with particular attention to parents who are economically disadvantaged, disabled, have limited English proficiency, have limited literacy, or who are of a racial or ethnic minority background. I don't know why we even need that part, because I think we've covered all of the, economically disadvantaged, disabled, have limited English. It's almost like it's a discrimination against one race, and I have a problem with that. And down E, use the findings of such evaluations to design evidence-based strategies. I think somebody referred to this when they were presenting what is evidence-based. I think it should be research-based. I just have a problem with the wording again, and so I'm going to be voting no on this.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Moore. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor, please
Roll
signify.
call.
Roll call, yeah.
Okay. Ms. Steves, will you please do a roll call? This is on policy 612.1.
John Bellingham?
Aye.
Linda Boudreau? Abstain. Just a clarification.
Yeah, I'll do it when we get done. It depends on how the vote turns out.
Linda Moore?
Nay.
Richard Olson?
No.
Jerry Robichaud?
Yes.
Cassie Steves? Aye. Chad Wolf?
Aye. Just for audience clarification purposes, an abstention goes to the majority. So in this case, instead of being 4-2 and 1 abstention, it will be reflected as 5-2. We don't make those rules, just so people know. That's through the way it works and the way we're all educated through MSBA. So this brings us to item 10C4, policy 616, school district system accountability. I'll entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
We have a motion by Mr. Robichaud. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a second by Mr. Bellingham. Any further discussion on this item? Ms. Moore?
Yes, Mr. Chair. It's on 616, page 4E. They talk about, again, cultural awareness. What is cultural awareness? And then in F, reporting, it would be 1. It talks about strategies and practices for improving curriculum and instruction and cultural competencies and effort to equitably distribute diverse, effective, experienced, and in-field teachers. Again, I just have a problem with the wording, and if I don't understand what cultural awareness means, I feel that I have a responsibility not to vote for it, because I'm not going to vote for anything I don't understand. So I'm having a problem with the wording, and I'm voting no.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Moore. Any other discussion on this item?
Roll call.
Roll.
Okay, hearing no further discussion, Ms. Steves, will you please do a roll call?
John Bellingham?
Aye.
Linda Boudreau? Aye. Linda Moore?
Nay.
Richard Olson?
No.
Jerry Robichaud?
Aye.
Cassie Steves? Aye. Chad Wolf?
Aye.
Passes 5-2.
Okay, thank you for that. This now brings us to item 11, other matters. Item 11A, consider approval of resolution 23-46, which is the 2023-2024 resolution for membership in the Minnesota State High School League, otherwise known as MSHSL. I will entertain a motion to approve.
So moved. Okay, good.
We have a motion by Mr. Robichaud,
And I'll second.
and we have a second by Mr. Bellingham. Further discussion on this item?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Mr.
I'll be voting no on this. I think that school districts should speak up and take control of the high school league. And we had some good speakers up there, stating, you know, I don't have any kids in school except my grandson, but I think this could be dangerous for any district with, as it was mentioned, with boys think they're girls going into the locker rooms. I think that we're setting ourselves up for lawsuits from the parents. And if something happened, in fact, I think in Virginia, where a couple girls got raped. And that's a horrible, horrible crime. Almost like turn the clock back when I was school. It just, boys were boys and girls were girls. And they compete and they're not cross-dressing or anything, but again, I don't know how this came about. What is really happening? Again, I'll be voting no on this.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Benty, can you walk us through some of your findings in the last few days regarding this policy and, you know, what else you know about it regarding state precedent, other lawsuits, if we decide to vote to enact it, if anything changes, or I should say renew our membership with them, if we vote to terminate our membership with the State High School League. Can you talk to some of those things, please?
Yeah, there's a bunch of facts, or I should say just information around this that we need to understand. And we also have Mr. Joe Olson, who's here as well. He spent 19 years as an activities director before becoming our high school principal. So he will fill in if/when I misspeak. So the bylaws piece that is being discussed right now is actually 300.0, and it's section 3. It does not give a process to decide if a transgender student should participate on an opposite sex team. What it is it's an appeal process. There is no state guideline process. Each district is required to come up with their own process as needed. Right. This was, I believe it was implemented in 2014 and amended in 2016. So the language has not changed on this piece from the Minnesota State High School League in the last 7 years. Okay. Do you want me to talk about the process and what that would potentially look like? So first of all, we have not had one of these in the 10 years that I have been at Faribault Public Schools, to my knowledge. So I was on the phone this morning with another Big Nine activities director that did have one of these at the middle school level this past year. And then our activities director reached out to another activities director that they kind of walked through what their process that they're starting to put together would look like. So this is not an overnight decision. So a student doesn't show up, a biologic male student doesn't show up to school on Monday and say, I today identify as female and I want to go into the female locker rooms. It does not work that way. How this works is that a student comes before the season begins, hopefully, Mr. Olson, at least a month, I'm going to say, before the season begins, because a team will need to be put together. It's up to the district to decide what that team will look like. None of this is set in stone yet. This will be brought to the school board over the next couple months, definitely by this summer, to discuss what this would look like. But it's expected that there would be a principal on that team, a counselor on that team, parents, the student, any teachers that may need to be involved, and it would also require some documentation from medical professionals that are part of that have been seeing that student over time. Mr. Olson, do you want to I know you have been through one of these, not at Faribault, but in your previous employments. Do you want to talk about the steps that they went through for this?
Yeah, so prior to being a principal, I was an AD for 19 years in 3 different school districts. So like Mr. Benty said, this language has been in the high school league handbook for 7 years. It does not mean that all of a sudden we're going to have an influx of boys wanting to play on girls' teams. I've had one instance where I've worked through this process, and it is a long process. You have parents, medical personnel, mental health personnel, a variety of people that are meeting with you to talk about, in this case, a student who identifies as another gender. It does not mean that a boy, like Mr. Benty said, wants to come in tomorrow and say, I want to play volleyball. That's not going to happen. We're not going to have boys in the girls' locker room. That's not going to happen. There's accommodations for those, like you've heard before that there's girls that play football. They are in a separate locker room. We will not be bringing them together to be in the same locker room. So the beliefs that people have, the facts show differently as far as what this looks like. And having it in place for 7 years, you have, as Mr. Benty said, this has not happened here. And in my 19 years, it's only been one time that I've been through this process.
The other piece around this is that the locker room piece is separate from the gender identity Minnesota State High School League piece. The Minnesota State High School League piece, to my knowledge, has not been tried in a court of law yet. Okay, so this is simply what is out there and what the State High School League has put together as an appeal process. So if it comes and we go through this entire process and we deny that student to be eligible to participate on a team that does not fit with their gender identity, they can appeal to the State High School League. And this is the process then that the State High School League will take to look at that appeal. Does that make sense to everybody? Okay.
Mr. Benty?
Yes.
Let's say a student comes forward. I get it. This is in theory. And Mr. Olson, question for you as well. A student comes forward. They go and appeal to the State High School League. That still doesn't mean that somebody from the opposite sex is going into the opposite sex locker room.
Correct.
Correct. The locker room piece is a separate piece altogether.
Okay, thank you.
The locker room piece came from a lawsuit between a student, I believe it was a swimmer, back in 2000, I got it right here on my computer. 2000, I think, 16. Yep, 2016, in which a student that was a swimmer wanted to use the boys' locker room, was denied by a district in the state. It went to court. The courts decided on the side of the student. The district appealed that ruling. It went to an appellate court, and the appellate court actually sided with the student as well. That district ended up paying over $300,000 to that student, as well as basically agreeing to a long list of things that district would do. But it set the precedent that if a student is transgender, they do have the right to go into the locker room of their choosing. And that was cited as part of the Minnesota State, the Minnesota Human Rights Act.
Once again, that has nothing to do with this renewal or non-renewal of the Minnesota State High School League resolution that's in front of us tonight.
That has nothing to do with this. Whether we are part of the Minnesota State High School League or whether we are not part of it, we still fall under that law and that ruling.
Okay, thank you.
So, Mr. Chair,
go ahead, Ms.
yes,
Moore.
I just want to be clear here because and I had mentioned this in an email to you, Mr. Benty, if the board approves, the MSHSL will be in control and regulate interscholastic activities, including Faribault Public Schools sports. And I said, will this include allowing biological males to compete with girls? And you said, yes, this will allow it. 2, I asked, will biological boys and biological girls share the same locker rooms and or showers? And you did say this is a tough answer, but what districts are hearing right now is that what you said, students should be allowed to use the locker room or restrooms of their choice. So I just wanted to make that clear, so, okay.
Mr. Benty, can you talk a little bit about if we, bless you, a lot of sneezing in here tonight. Obviously, if we renew this, things continue as is, and maybe this is Mr. Benty and Mr. Olson together. If we don't renew it, what does that mean for all of our sports? What does that mean for all of our extracurriculars? What impact does that have on Faribault Public School students that are in the sports world and the extracurriculars or the DECA or the robotics or whatever?
So I will start, and Mr. Olson, you fill in where the gaps are on this. So if we choose to leave the Minnesota State High School League, none of our students, none of our teams will be eligible for any postseason play. So there will be no such thing as playoffs for us, whether it be playoffs for an individual team or advancement for individuals in their sports. Likewise, we will probably be dropped by our conference because nobody will want to schedule us because it won't work within the Minnesota State High School League playoff guidelines. So we will most likely lose our spot in our conference. We'll be forced to, if we continue to have sports, we'll be forced to kind of play a schedule like what Shattuck plays, where it's more of a national schedule, where our students will travel very long distances to play games or be involved in tournaments.
On that note, where would the budget for that be? Where would the funds for that be?
The district
Shattuck charges their kids $35,000-$40,000 a year.
Yeah, the district would have to, if the district decided to stick with sports and activities, the district would have to fund that additional cost then to keep those sports and activities.
Okay.
All right. Go ahead.
No,
All right.
I'll wait.
Programs like DECA are part of the Minnesota State High School League. So is robotics, clay target. There's kind of a questionable piece around that.
DECA is not.
Oh,
It's its
DECA
own
is not.
organization.
Okay.
Robotics is a partner, the same as Clay Target. So those are partner organizations with the high school league. So they follow some of the same guidelines, but those are co-ed. So boys and girls compete together in those activities. So, but math team, things like that, those are non high school league activities that kids could still participate in. But the question would come around robotics and speech.
Speech, one-act play.
One-act play, or music, because music does regional events. So.
It's beyond athletics. It delves into the activities world as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I would like to hear our student's voice.
So I am a swimmer. I do track. My sister does basketball, golf, and tennis. Those make up my entire life. My parents every weekend are out, every weeknight are watching our sports. So if you refuse this and we do not join Minnesota State High School League, first of all, I will not be able to do, I will not be able to do sports anymore. Also, Friday night, under the Friday night in the stadiums, watching football games, that's a core memory that I think every single one of us has. So if we take away sports from me, you're taking away my core memories. What happens to homecoming? What football game am I now going to? Where are my parents going to support me? Also speech. I was a former speech kid. Some of you saw me last year here. How am I supposed to do that and how am I supposed to compete? Music. I'm a band kid. Many of my friends are in band and orchestra and choir. That's my passion. That's what I love. So you're saying that every single thing about school that I love and all of my hobbies are taken away from me because of something that this school board itself can't control. You can't change the policy that Minnesota State High School League has. That also has not changed since 2016 when it was revised. I need you to think very hard and clearly what you would be doing if you vote no. You take away everything that really high school stands for besides the education point. What about all of us coming together to cheer for Faribault against Northfield or Owatonna? What about all of the swim meets where my parents come and our home meets? What happens to all of that? What do I do now? What am I supposed to do after school? You don't want us to do drugs, you don't want us to do alcohol, but you take away all of my opportunities. I just want you to think long and hard and tell me what I'm supposed to do when all my sports are taken away, speech is taken away, my music is taken away.
Thank you, Ms. Huberty.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Mr. Olson.
with the student rep, how would you feel you were in swimming. If a boy comes into the locker room,
So first of all, I'd like to just establish some rules. So boy and girl are terms that are gender, and gender is something that you identify as. So when we're talking about boy and girl, it's something you identify as. So biological male or biological female would be more like it. And so if I had a biological male who is now transgender, that would be a different story. If a boy is coming into the girls' locker room, that's an issue. They're not a transgender student. They are not someone who is going in. That's a form of
but
harassment.
then how would you feel about so-called transgender student, boy, thinks he's a girl, coming into your locker room?
So that very much depends on, like we said, that this Minnesota State High School League is not meaning that they get to come into the locker rooms. They're two separate things. Also, there is a massive process through medical procedures and determining hormone levels and how that all works to determine whether someone is a male or female biologically. And also the difference between gender and sex is that sex is what you are born as, gender is what you choose to be. So it's not, if a boy is coming into a girl's locker room, there's an issue with that. If a biological male who identifies as female or is transgender, that's a difference than a boy coming into the girl's locker room. And depends on how the school district felt. If they went through a committee and Mr. Olson decided, then I trust my principal. And I trust the committee, and I know that they would do what's best for me to keep me safe. So I leave it up to the hands of the
You didn't
school.
answer the question, but again, things can change. School boards can band together, change policy. That's what has to begin at the lower levels of really, if you want to talk politics, elect more conservatives. Then they can change. They can change these policy.
Mr. Olson, I think we're best to leave politics out of it, right?
No, it's part of it.
Okay, well, we're gonna, any other discussion regarding
Okay, so
this?
that basically you're cutting them off debate again. Incredible.
It's fine.
Okay.
Ms. Moore?
Yes, I have a couple things to say. Just to reiterate, when I asked Mr. Benty this, he said allowing, but will this allow biological males to compete with girls? He said yes, in this email, and I have it. Will biological boys and biological girls share the same locker rooms and/or showers? As you said, if I may, I'm going to add, this is a tough answer, but what districts are hearing right now is that students should be allowed to use the locker room, restrooms of their choice. I do have a couple of things to say, so bear with me. You know, regarding biological males competing in biological female sports activities, it is a fact that biological males are physically stronger than biological females. So we got the bottom line, if biological males are competing in biological female sports, we are in effect eliminating women from competition because of the physical disparities. And I think one presenter said that. And this is an anti-female agenda. And as one voter talked to me on the phone about, this is attack against womanhood. And, and somebody said to me this weekend, Minnesota people tend to be so nice and we go along, but I think they said, also it's time to stand up, as you were saying, to the bully. And we have a bully. And I want to say, too, equitable. Is this, with all of this happening, is this equitable to girls? I don't think so. This is all or nothing, it seems. And it's very much like a voter told me, it's like a hostage situation where our girls are being taken hostage in order to allow others to compete. And the one person said, and I said, I would read what this person said. This was a voter, and voters are our bosses. And this is what it was. So hundreds of women and girls, student athletes from around the state will be held hostage and not be allowed to compete fairly in order to satisfy the political agenda of a few people in authority using confused teens for their personal power grab. She said, I am sick. And I have to concur. I've got one daughter and I've got 3 granddaughters, and I find this unbelievable that we're doing this, and right now we're opening a Pandora's box, and I will be voting no.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Other discussion? Mr. Robichaud?
Mr. Chair, thank you. I just, one comment I want to make is, the biological difference between male and female. I participated in athletics through my whole high school and some in college, and I'll tell you, there are a lot of women in those sports that could whoop my butt without a problem. In track, there are a lot of women that are faster than I am. There are a lot of women that were stronger than I was. There are a lot of women that competed at a higher level than I ever could have in the same sport. So the thing about biological women being the weaker sex is not correct. I think there are a lot of women that are very strong, very competitive, and have a whole lot more competitive edge than a lot of males that compete on those teams.
Thank you, Mr. Robichaud. Other?
Mr. Chair, one more comment.
Yes, Ms. Moore.
You know, I recently it was in the news about the female athlete. I think she was a swimmer, and she was she would have won first place except for the transgender or the male competing against her. And so I think we have to think about those things too. As one constituent said, this is an attack against womanhood and against female athletes. And thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Steves?
I feel like we're backed into a corner, and that's not a. It's a really terrible position to be in. I feel like I promised I wouldn't use this analogy, but we're damned if we do, and we're damned if we don't. And in all honesty, I don't feel comfortable. I don't feel like I'm ready and able, after hearing from our community, from Mr. Benty, from Mr. Olson, from the rest of my board members, to make an informed and educated decision. Do I want to be responsible for removing extracurricular in sports? Absolutely not. But I also, speaking out of the same mouth, don't want to jeopardize the integrity of women's sports. And so, like, is this the point where I can make a motion to table this discussion until a different meeting? I know that a decision needs to be made, but I need to have time to process and think through things as a individual.
Do you want to make a motion now, or are you all right letting everybody else chime in, and then if you want to still make a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
That's my motion.
Well, I had something to say.
Okay. If it passes, then discussion's cut off. So Ms. Steve made a motion to table this resolution 23-46. This puts us in a bit of a predicament because tabling does not have allowed discussion, and yet we don't know what happens if we kick this can down the road and what that calendar looks like. But you made the motion. So Ms. Steves has made the motion to table this resolution 23-46. Is there a second?
To when?
Ms. Steves, when would you like to table it to? I think we need a date.
In
Is that correct, Mr.
all
Bellingham?
actuality, I'd like to ask my fellow board members, because I want the opinions, and I think we all need to be here, so.
I believe when a table is out there, it's non-discussion. So if you want to withdraw your table to get more information and then do that, that's fine, but that's up to you.
Okay, I'll withdraw it with the intent to.
Okay. Mr. Benty, Mr. Olson, can you give us a little clarity on calendar for purposes here? When does this need to be voted on, up or down, if you will?
So you have to register for sports before, I'm guessing, May 30th?
I'm sorry.
May 30th?
May 30th?
So again, I'm going back to my days as an AD. But you have to register with the high school to say what sports you're going to offer, what activities you're going to offer for next year.
Okay.
And I think that's in this May 30th, June 1st timeframe. So that's why it usually comes to boards in the spring, so they can approve the resolution, so they can move forward with deciding what you're going to do. Because the ripple effect is by you determining that you're going to be a part of the high school league and that you're going to also be part of whatever sports you're going to offer, that's where the sectioning, the playoff, all those scenarios play out to who's going to be where and who you're going to compete against in the next year. So if we don't participate and we don't have those sports, then the section, the region, which is Region 1AA, needs to redo their playoff situation for not having us in it. So that's kind of the timeline. But I'd have to go back and look. You can't go much more past July, end of June because of those situations. I would probably contact the high school league to make sure that we'd still be within that.
Mr. Benty, do you have any other information? I'm sorry, Mr. Olson, I heard May 30th, June 1st, and,
Yeah,
then you kind of mentioned July.
I got to go.
I'm not
So
sure.
I got to go back and because I haven't done it for a year, so I got to go look.
Okay. Mr. Benty, do you have any additional information or what you feel is a hard deadline date or anything?
I don't have any additional information about a hard deadline date. What I can say is that if the board wishes to table it, you can absolutely do that. If you're looking for us to bring more information to you, this is already kind of the policy of the State High School League and the laws of the land, and we can't change either one of those.
Can I just interject? So I have voted in support of this for the last 2 years. So I have never heard a public outcry. I've never been in a board meeting with so many people. So where exactly is the change? And where is the hiccup? Where is the rub? Because when push comes to shove, we are all in a corner. Yes or no? Like, it's not a good place to be as a board member, in my opinion, to be forced to make a decision, damned if you do and damned if you don't. So where's the difference? Where did the difference come from? Where is it coming from? What are the changes?
From the policy side of it, from the language side of it, from the State High School League, and honestly, from the court decision that happened, that was made public in September of 2021, there is no difference in language. So I think it has honestly become public awareness about what this is, and I would say kind of the hot button issues of the times, but the language has not changed in the Minnesota State High School League document since 2016.
Yeah. July 31st is the hard deadline?
Says
Okay,
on the
thank you.
form, right
Mr. Bellingham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, as the board rep to the Minnesota State High School League, and as a girls coach for 25 to 30 years in the Faribault Public Schools and Bethlehem Academy, I find it ironic that I received absolutely no emails about this, no board inquiries, and one community member who called me this morning. Okay, in doing some research, the following schools will join the Minnesota State High School League around us: Medford, Northfield, Kenyon, Waterville, Elysian, Morristown, and Owatonna. Some other schools you might recognize in the metro area, which are parochial schools who will join the Minnesota State High School League: De La Salle, Holy Angels Academy, Christ Household of Faith. Locally, Bethlehem Academy, Minnehaha Academy, Benilde St. Margaret's, and Cretin-Durham Hall. All will join membership with the Minnesota State High School League and the policies within. I look at this as an opportunity for students. We've had many discussions at the board table here on proposing opportunities, extracurriculars for our kids. In fact, a couple board members stated for all our kids in Faribault, because this impacts the entire community. It's not just about sports. It's about the fine arts, speech, one-act plays, musical, both instrumental and vocal. Look on the wall at the high school, people. We have a lot of all-staters. We have a lot of exceptional people who have presented. These would be no more. Also, the co-ops, dance, state championship dance would be no more. Hockey, tennis, swimming, baseball, which we co-op with many other schools and homeschoolers. We would be identified as a non-sanctioned school, has been mentioned before by the State High School League, and other schools who are sanctioned by the High School League would not want to participate us because it would not count on their schedule and it would be in violation of that. This is an agenda item that, or a societal item that the NCAA is battling with at the collegiate level. Obviously, the Minnesota State High School League is dealing with this, and also individual districts. Are we going to take away opportunities for kids? And we have an activities director who had one case in 19 years. Are we sending out the message that Chicken Little, the sky is falling? Yes, this will have to be an item that will have to be discussed and dealt with. But again, in the big picture, in my opinion, not having these, we will lose droves of students. In the hundreds will leave this district. We can go back. I have my 50th class reunion this year. I know I don't look that old. But I went to school for 4 reasons: football, basketball, baseball, as my mother said, socialization. Take those opportunities away because we know the kids who participate in our opportunities are better students. They do better academically. We hold them to a higher standard as coaches and programs. We take kids who get in trouble socially and we hold them to team standards and we keep them away from the parties and the drugs and the alcohol during those sporting seasons and during year round. We help kids do better academically. I can't tell you how many times I've seen girls' teams, my girls' teams, while the C squad and B squad are playing, varsity girls are doing homework in the bleachers and on the bus. They asked me to help a couple times. That didn't help. No good at calculus, so there we go. But to me, this is a discussion and a vote for opportunities for kids. And are you going to take it away and not have it for this community? And it will impact everyone.
Ms. Boudreau?
Mr. Chairman, I'm feeling that this decision is not clear for all of us tonight, and I would move to table the resolution until the next board meeting, which would be the end of June, where we could gather more information. I feel the issue here is we have another issue to talk about, and I think it may be impacting this decision. And that is the next one we're going to talk about, I'm hoping. But I also feel that there's incidents that are popping up and escalating, and it is due to more promotion of this transgender approach and our legislative decisions that made Minnesota a haven for the transgender surgeries, the transgender procedures without even a parental acknowledgement. It's only going to impact future events, in my view. And I think that's what many people are concerned about. And I would just move that it be tabled.
Okay. So let me get this correct. Your motion is to table until June 26th. Is that right?
If that's the correct date, yes. For our
Mr.
board
Benty,
meeting.
that's our next board meeting, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Let me just check here real quick.
That's what it says on the.
Yes?
It says
Yes,
on-
next
June
school board
26th.
business meeting is June 26th.
Okay, we have a motion to, Ms. Boudreau has made a motion to table until June 26th. Is there a second for that table.
Second.
On this, there is no discussion. Let's do a roll call for this table, please.
John Billingham,
Nay.
Linda Boudreau,
Aye.
Linda Moore,
Aye.
Richard Olson,
Aye.
Jerry Robichaud,
Nay.
Cassie Steves, aye. Chad Wolf,
Nay.
says 4-3.
Okay, so this is now tabled until the June 26th meeting.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
now that the
Mr.
vote has been taken, I need to ask some questions. What additional information?
Okay, yep,
Go ahead.
you're
Go
fine
ahead.
because it's pertaining to this.
Yeah, it's pertaining to the
Thank you.
motion that was just passed. What additional information are you looking for, Ms. Boudreau, that would influence your decision one way or the other? And I'm not asking what your vote is, but what additional information, if we're supposed to direct Mr. Benty and Mr. Olson to bring back additional information, what information are you specifically looking for so that they have a direction to go? Because they're not going to be able to change the state high school league policy. They're not going to be able to change that. So what additional information are you looking for that would influence your decision?
I'm not sure, Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure if I'm looking for additional information from our staff. I think I'm looking for additional time to reflect on this, discuss it with some of the community. Community is not supportive of this. I respect the community's input. I think we need to weigh out the options, make it more clear to the community what those options are.
Okay, and I respect that, but I really do believe that Mr. Benty and Mr. Olson have to know specifically what are those options that you're looking for that the community, I also respect the community, and I would suspect that we may have a group of individuals who would speak in favor of this resolution as well, but I think it's only fair to our administration that they have a clear understanding of what it is that they're supposed to be doing.
Can I just answer, and I don't mean to interject on anyone. I don't need specific things. I need time to process the information I heard today, and if that makes me a not prepared board member, then I guess it is what it is. But I know it's a yes or no. I know that we're gonna have to make this decision. I know what they're gonna tell me. I know what the state high school league, I know what the Department of Education. I need time to process to make the best and informed decision possible. I don't need anything specific. I need time to process. That's all I'm asking.
Yeah, in order to do that, what additional information, and I know you're saying you don't need information, Ms. Boudreau, you're not saying you need additional information, you need time to process. And again, that is not going to change the policy from State High School League. That policy is there. I mean, we're not going to be able to change that.
I disagree.
Mr. Olson, please, just
Sorry.
you'll get your time. So I'm not sure that delaying this is going to bring any additional information that is going to change anybody's vote. Pardon me?
I'm sorry, audience, we're conducting a meeting. We're happy to have you here, but we're not interacting during the meeting. Thank you. Mr. Olson, you had something to say, and then I'm going to go to Ms. Huberty.
That if enough districts are doing what we're doing, it should send a message to the high school league, maybe we should change the policy. If they change the policy at that level, then we wouldn't be having this discussion. But we know what political party controls it.
Do you have any further?
No,
thoughts?
that's-
I don't
that's-
want to cut you off. You have further
Yeah,
thoughts?
no, you're fine.
Ms. Huberty?
So while you are all taking your time to reflect and think about what decision you're going to make, I'd like to ask you one thing. As a student and an athlete of Faribault Public Schools, I would like you to think about every other student and athlete that goes to the high school, the middle school, and all the elementary schools. I would like you to think about how sports are a safe haven and how they are places for us to go and things for us to do. I would also like you to reflect on the fact that if you do not approve this and we are not part of sports, the loss that you will have. The amount of students that will leave Faribault Public Schools and go not even out of town, but go to schools like Bethlehem Academy, a private school. I would also like you to know the fact that you will lose money from this and you will lose support. Please think about what decision you are making and how it specifically affects the students, which is why you are all here, for the students of Faribault Public Schools.
Thank you, Ms. Huberty. Ms. Steve, did you have something you were going to add? No? Okay. Mr. Benty, it's been tabled. If anybody has additional information that they're looking for, please think hard about what that is, and please request that from Mr. Benty sooner than later, like within the next week or so that he can hopefully get onto that. So, okay, this brings us to item 11B, consider approval of resolution 23-47, probationary staff to be non-renewed for the 2023-2024 school year.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
If I may interject, I think we talked about having a discussion about the email that was sent out to the high school at this time, because it kind of fits in with this topic.
No, not at this time. We'll do
Okay,
that on item
where is
12A,
that?
school board members.
12A?
Yep.
Oh,
And when the floor is open.
all right.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Yep. Back to 11B, consider approval of resolution 23-47, probationary staff to be non-renewed for the 2023-2024 school year.
Also move.
Thank you.
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Bellingham, a second by Mr. Olson. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Bellingham. This is a roll call.
Second.
Ms. Steves, this is a roll call for 23-47. Thank you.
John Bellingham,
Aye.
Linda Boudreau,
Aye.
Linda Moore,
Aye.
Richard Olson,
Aye.
Jerry Robichaud,
Aye.
Cassie Steves, aye. Chad Wolf,
Aye.
passes 7-0.
Thank you. This brings us to 11C, consider approval of resolution 23-48, rescinding the probationary staff non-renewed status for the 2023-2024 school year. I'll entertain a motion to approve.
So move.
Second,
We have a motion by Ms. Boudreau, a second by Ms. Steves. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chair, I mean, I'll vote for this, of course, but are we losing staff because maybe they might not get approved? I mean, have they gone to other districts?
Sorry, that's a question for Mr.
Ben-
Benty but
Yeah.
this is rescinding
But with all these couple last,
a non-staff renewed. Do you want to answer that, or you need?
I'm not sure if I understand the question.
is that, during so late in the year, should this been brought forward earlier so that staff, they don't apply to other districts and lose them? If they know their job might not be renewed or whatever?
So this is bringing a staff member back.
Right, but I'm just saying, is that,
So I think the process is in March before spring break,
Yeah.
right? We always communicate to however that looks.
Yep, who is being reduced.
Reduced. And then at some point, the non-probationary staff can be non-renewed. And due to somebody leaving or a new position or something, this individual's being brought back, correct?
Correct.
Sorry, Mr. Olson, I don't know if that answers your
yeah,
question.
I just don't want to lose staff. That's basically.
So, I mean, this is bringing back somebody that was
Right.
let go to fill a spot that is now
Right.
open.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any further discussion on this item? This is a roll call. Ms. Steves, will you please do a roll call?
John Bellingham.
Aye.
Linda Boudreau.
Aye.
Linda Moore.
Aye.
Richard Olson.
Aye.
Jerry Robichaud.
Aye.
Cassie Steves. Aye. Chad Wolf.
Aye.
Passes 7-0.
Thank you for that. This takes us to item 11D, consider approval of the 2023-2024 calendar revision. I'll entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Robichaud, a second by Ms. Steves. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chair, is this the calendar where we're losing 2 days?
Mr. Benty?
This is the same,
Is this,
Ms. Yocum, this is the same calendar that we brought forth
This is one.
at the last meeting,
is
correct?
this where,
The same calendar that was brought forth at the last work
this
session
is where
meeting?
the-
This is it, yes.
this is where we lose 2 instructional days or in time total, right?
We're restructuring our school year, and yes, 2 days are removed out of the school year.
Then, to justify, I brought that up, to justify losing instruction time, does that make sense?
What I would say is, to me, yes, it does, because we're using that time to better educate our staff. So we have staff development, we have PLCs that will be in place, we have staff time that will be used to go over data. So in my opinion, yes, it'll be time that is very well used.
Are we educating staff or are we educating our students?
The answer to that is yes, both.
Or we're losing 2 instructional days or time?
We are transferring 2 instructional days for our staff. So we're not losing time out of the calendar, we're transferring 2 instructional days from time with students to time with staff.
So it'd be 2 days where the students are not in front of the teachers.
That is correct.
Again, does that make sense?
I believe it does, yes. I don't feel that I would bring something to this board that I didn't support and that I felt didn't make sense. So if we're going to, one of our pieces is, the board has asked for these goals, for the 4 goals, and the next one you'll hear, okay, on around high school graduation. The board has asked for these goals. For these goals to really take off, we need continuous staff development and continuous work with our staff throughout the school year. Currently, we have a staff day in November and a staff day in February. And those are not working for us. We need monthly meetings with our staff. So this is restructuring our calendar so it will allow us to better achieve our goals.
So doing this, our test scores will go up.
That's the plan.
And if not,
Then you can decide if you still want me to be your superintendent or not.
okay. Thank you.
Any other discussion on this item?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Ms. Moore.
I'd like to ask a question. It was retain educators within the profession, establish transparent and equitable total reward systems. Is this reward systems that is based on tenure, merit, or something else, like a belief system? I'd just like to know what the equitable reward system would be based on.
You're looking at
This is the calendar one, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So you're looking at the presentation from the work session?
Yes,
Okay, so I have to
Thank you.
jump to that now.
sorry.
So that would be slide number 5, correct?
I tried to save paper, and the ones that I had questions on, so it's this one.
So, yep, so I believe that was the one, and Nicole, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I believe that's the one that we were focusing on step 4 on that, which was strengthen educators' sense of
Right.
purpose, belonging, and connection.
But still, we have the number 3. I'd like to know what can you define equitable total reward system? What is this based on, the rewards? Is it based on tenure, merit, teacher performance, or something else?
I don't believe that was one that we were focusing on.
Okay.
We were focusing on step number 4 in this.
This is still part of the plan, though, right?
No, I believe step 4 was part of the plan.
Okay, not step 3.
Yes, no,
Okay,
step
thank
3,
you.
because
All right,
this was
thank
put together because if you look at step 3 on here, it says increase educator pay. No one that put this together has any decision-making authority over that. Okay, that would be, that's a board decision, not a cabinet or a superintendent decision.
I have another question. For staff development, I wanted to know what kind of staff development we were going to do, and I don't think I really got a concise answer. I guess what I'd like to know is, I guess I'm going to be quite blunt here, and it's a yes or no question. Are we going to, with staff development, is this going to include any kind of gender, BTQ plus training, or will this include racial training? Because I know a couple of summers ago, the literacy specialists went to a MAP training. It was Midwest and Plains Equity, and one of these things that they talk about, vocabulary and language activity, words may include following: lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, cisgender, queer. And this was an activity that they were going to, a sample of an activity, 45-minute activity for the students, so for the teachers. So this could be a trickle-down effect. So that's why I'm asking. It's a yes or no answer. Will the staff development opportunities, will they include gender training and racial training?
No.
Yes or no?
No, they will include working towards the 4 goals that the school board will decide on tonight. Also, I would like to say, I cannot speak for trainings that happened before I took over as superintendent.
So it would be no and no, right? Because I said with the gender training or with the racial training. So
Correct.
it's no and no. Okay.
Any other further discussion? Okay, hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Roll call, please.
Ms. Steves, will you do a roll call, please? This is for item 11D.
John Bellingham.
Aye.
Linda Boudreau.
Aye.
Linda Moore.
Aye.
Richard Olson.
No.
Jerry Robichaud.
Aye.
Cassie Steves. Aye. Chad Wolf.
Aye.
Passes 6-1.
Thank you. This brings us to item number 11E, high school graduation presentation.
Should I wait?
No, go ahead.
Keep going. So, hello again. Joel Olson, principal at the high school, and I will let my counterparts introduce themselves again.
Cora Packard-Emery from the ALC.
Cassie Onstead with Adult Education.
So we are together because we represent the high school and adult ed and the ALC. So there's components of the graduation goal that might have questions. So we have all 3 of us here to hopefully answer those for you. Go this way. Oops. So our goal in 4 years will be to raise our graduation rates from 69% to 90%. That's to June of 2026. Our goal of 90% is the state goal for all districts. So we understand that's a lofty goal, but we think that our kids can achieve that. We have 3 focus areas: attendance, behavior, and course completion. Unlike some of the other goals that you've heard about over the last couple of months, we have focus areas that we believe all tend to lead into graduation rates and improve graduation rates. So our theme is to focus on our ABCs. So attendance, we believe that kids staying in school will increase course completion, connections with staff, and with those attendance rates being higher, kids get more time with homework help, things like that. School climate, that's something we've been working on this year at the high school. We believe that if kids feel a sense of belonging and that they have people that they can talk to, meet with, connect with, caring adults in the school, that'll be more apt for them to come to school. We have a RISE program that you've probably heard about. and that is a check and connect. So we have a cohort of students that meet with the RISE staff currently, and they have the opportunity to meet with them either on a weekly or daily basis, and they look at homework, homework help, looking at credits, attendance. So there's always somebody there to check on them. So there's a cohort of students that do that right now. These are just explanation of what Caring Schools Network is and what school-wide MTSS, RISE, and Check and Connect are as well. So basically, Caring Schools Network is a evidence-based practice that shows that when we have caring adults in our buildings, that kids connect with them and that kids will want to be in school. And so that is what we're working towards, that we have a place for kids. And if we can get them in the doors, we know that we can help them, teach them, and help them pass their classes. Behavior. We are using a form of restorative practices, which means when a student comes to us in the office with a potential behavior issue in a classroom, we're working with that student to keep them in school rather than suspend. We don't want to suspend kids because if they're not in school, they're not learning and they're not getting help and earning credits. So we meet with the kids, and depending on the behavior, we either meet with them by themselves, with the teacher, or with parents, so we can have a plan of action to help them stay in school and not continue down that road of behaviors that would prevent them from earning credits and passing their classes. We're doing this at an administrative level. We're doing it in some ways with teachers. We do need to get all of our teachers trained in that. And back to the calendar piece that you just approved, that will help us to get those staff understanding that there's things you can do in your classroom to curb behaviors, to set up things in your classroom that the kids stay in the room. And then if the next step is that's not working, then you come to us and we're working together to keep those kids in school and not sent home. So restorative practice, even this year, suspensions are down 19% from last year. We meet with the teacher and the administrator and the student and parents if necessary to seek corrective behavior and try to keep them in school and in their classes. Again, back to the professional development, that'll be something we need to work on with our teachers to help them understand what that looks like on a more global scale in our school. And then we've talked about home visit training, which is a proactive approach where teachers are trained to go into homes at the beginning of a school year and meet with families and kids to build those connections and relationships at the beginning of the year. Course progress. So this means, earning credits and making their progress towards graduation. Falcon support time is something we initiated this quarter, fourth quarter. We have 45 minutes a week where students are able to go and get help from teachers to do course completion, test makeup, things like that. And we just did a survey of our staff, and 92% of our staff said that has been a really good thing for them doing this spring. And so it looks like we'll continue that into next year. So again, that's a time for kids to go to teachers in that 45 minutes once a week to get help in their classes. Alignment of the career pathways. A lot of work was done this fall and winter around our registration guide and aligning classes to the career pathways. So what that means is being able to have students come in ninth grade, take a look at their interests, their course requirements, and they can see the path as they graduate into their senior year of what they might be interested in and the courses that they need to take to get there. And then by that theory and that belief is that kids will stay in school because those are things that they're interested in, that they see a path to graduation and life after graduation where they can continue that career. The RISE Check and Connect model, again, is that model where kids can, there's a cohort of students that meet with that staff. We hope to expand that. That's currently roughly 60 students. We hope to expand that to be a greater number of students. And that starts with our ninth graders in the seminar class, where there's about 50 kids in there. Right now, those ninth graders, once they get to 10th grade, there's really no supports for them. So we want to be able to continue that into 10th grade, and then 11th grade, and then 12th grade. So those students always have a support system through their 4 years. And then also for those students that do maybe fail a class or start getting behind, we offer credit recovery through the ALC, and those students are able to take classes through credit recovery outside the school day, and it's at the high school, so they're able to do that, and we have sessions 3 times a year. So that is, in a nutshell, the things that we're working on to increase the graduation goal in 4 years to 90%. And you'll maybe ask about, is there a 5-year or 6-year goal as well? And there are, because we will never hit 100%, and that might be a question. Because there are students in special ed that continue on past the 4 years in programs, EL students that need extra time. So we will never get to 100%, but we do believe strongly in that 90% is an attainable goal. So I'm going to just pass it off to Cassie and Cora, and they can talk a little bit about other options that our kids have that might not work for them at the high school.
All right, so I've spoken a little bit about ALC and opportunities for kids to be in a smaller school setting, get more one-on-one help, look at different ways that they can get that credit without taking the whole class over. That is some of the options that we have as well. And then pulling in Cassie with this, that's not always the best option either for some of our students. So looking at the end of the school year, looking at some kids that need 10 credits, but they know their stuff, they're ready to go. Kind of along the same way at the career pathways, they know what they want to do, and so sometimes passing them off to adult education and still getting that diploma and getting that graduation credit. So that's something I'll let Cassie talk a little bit more of, but that's how we have been working together this year. What's best for our kids, what do they need, and how can we support that?
Planning for these goals has been really exciting. We're kind of aligning our systems, working with adult ed. We've been working a lot with the counselors at the high school and then the ALC, and educating and informing families and students that if you age out at 21, you are still eligible for an adult diploma. That is a big deal to a lot of our students. I was here a couple of months back and presented about the 4 diploma options, but now that we've been working together and setting this goal for a 4-year graduation rate, our goal is to get as many students as we can to graduate in 4 years, whether it is through the ALC, through the high school to get their adult diploma, or testing out and getting their GED. And then we're working to support them even further with adult ed in our college and career prep academy. So maybe our EL students who are still working on those skills, we will continue supporting them through college, through adult ed, once they have their diploma.
So just to reiterate, our goal by June of 2026 is to go from 69%, which was last year's graduation rate, to 90%. And that's what we have. Any questions?
Questions, board members? Mr. Olson?
A few questions. What's your opinion of expulsion of students?
There's rules behind that. There's reasons why kids need to be expelled. And those are, it's a last ditch effort if you have to do it. It's not a choice, a first choice, second choice, third choice.
But a real disruptive student, how do you handle
So
that?
behavior-wise, things like that. Yeah.
Right.
So yeah, we provide resources. We have it's back to we have certain kids that we've connected with this year that we've seen vast improvement in behavior. And it's because we just take that extra time with them to let them sometimes act out. I was a former special ed teacher, and my belief was this is probably for some kids the safest place in their life is at school. And they don't know where a meal's coming from. They don't know if a parent is going to be home. They're afraid at home. But when they come to school, that's a place where they can feel safe and know that nothing's going to happen to them that they would be scared of. So, yep, sometimes we have kids that act out, and we work with them, and sometimes the ALC might be a better option for them. It's a different setup, it's a different schedule, smaller class sizes. That might be a better option for them. We have amazing special ed teachers and other support staff that are working with our kids every day. So, so as far as expulsion goes, that is a last resort for us.
And there's parents out there, which is hard to believe. They don't believe in education, which is really hard to believe. Then they project that onto that student. That's inconceivable.
And I think someone talked about with the our food service, giving kids food and things. I think there's just different family dynamics that there's not a capability or opportunity for parents to be there for their kids as much as others. We have parents that'll come in and meet with us and talk to them about their kids, and I welcome those conversations because we hear sometimes that they just don't know what to do, and they're looking for us to help guide them. So if that's part of our partnership that we can do with families to help parents and give them resources and support, I think that's what we're there for.
Then back in the No Child Left Behind, they said 100% graduation by 2014, which was at federal level bipartisan of President Bush and the late Ted Kennedy. How do you explain that we didn't reach that?
Well, we will never
100% graduation.
Yeah, we'll never have 100% because of
You're
those.
thrown in the towel already.
We are? No, we'll never have 100%. At 4 years. At 4 years. Because we have special ed students that can be in school until they're 22. So that is naturally from 9th grade to 12th grade is 4 years. They get another 4 years to earn their.
Then what's that percentage?
We got 7. Right. The last data we have, this would be class of 18. Class of 18 was 86%.
So can we get 100% of all students or not?
Nope.
Why not?
Well, we have students that drop out, and we have.
Now, did they raise the age of dropout from 16 to 17 a few years ago?
I don't know.
Legally?
I don't think so.
I thought they did.
Nope, we cannot serve students if they are 16
Oh.
with adult ed. They have
For
to be
some reason, I
17
thought that
and have parent permission.
they raised it. Jamie, could you check on that?
Yeah, I believe it was 17. It might be 18 now. I'm not sure. I'd have to look at it. I think
Yeah,
that changed
I thought they
a couple
raised it
years
a
ago.
year. That, you have to go to school until 17, that's what I thought.
I think it was 17 with parent permission, but they may have raised that to 18. I'm not sure. I'll have to check on that.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Other questions for the high school group here?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Moore?
With that, it was second to the last slide, I think. I do like the graduation options of ALC. Graduation, I think the ALC is a great program, and I think we should continue that because there's many students that need that. I like the adult diploma and also the GED. But I do have a few questions here. Again, I'm going to be blunt. Professional development, does that include, it's a yes or no question, LGBTQ as it did in MAP, or the racial agenda? Is that going to be part of the development?
Our goal is graduation, so we need to help professional development with teachers on how to help kids graduate, whether that's what keeps them in school.
So it could be yes.
Well, I'm going to follow what Dr. or Mr. Benty says. We will.
Well, it's a yes or no question.
Okay, then I don't.
I already answered that question.
No.
The answer is no.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple other things. I guess I'm confused. Evidence-based. I know it's not research done in peer-reviewed educational journals as we know it, which is the gold standard. But what is evidence-based? Is it surveys given to students and teachers in the district, or what is that?
It's nationally evidence-based practices from other school districts that we've had brought to us and determined this would be the best program for us to use for whether it's the attendance piece, the behavior piece.
Is this based on surveys of teachers or students?
No, it's our district office teaching and learning team is helping with us with that.
So it's not really, I'm still confused as to evidence-based. It's not surveys, it's not based on, achievement standards, right? It's not, or this is what.
Well, what's the difference?
Well, yeah, graduation
what's the difference between,
requirements. So you're talking about graduation requirements right now. Is there, I guess I'm still, and I'm sorry, I might be a little dense here, but is it go by the statistics of how many students graduate and why they don't graduate, or?
There's a variety of reasons why they don't graduate.
I want to know how the data is compiled.
Well,
What is the data?
It's a national, the 90% goal is a state goal.
Okay.
There's a variety of reasons why students don't graduate, whether they drop out, don't earn enough credits, they're not coming to school, behaviors prevent them from doing so. So those are we could probably dig into students because we've had that conversation because the students that have dropped out to hear their voice of why they dropped out.
Okay.
We haven't dug into that.
Okay.
But that has been a conversation in our meetings as we were planning for this presentation.
And then one last, they talk about it's on attendance, caring schools, network, inclusive communities. I guess my question is, if we're focusing on so much transgender and the LGBTQ students, what about the student? How do you make students feel inclusive that don't go along with these beliefs? There's certain Christian students, there's the Muslim students. They don't go along with this, but yet at the same time, that I think when you're focusing on the transgender, all of that, I can see that these students don't feel inclusive. How are you going to make them feel inclusive?
Well, I think we're getting to a place of we're essentially targeting a certain group of students, which we're not. We believe that all kids come to our school. We serve all kids. We believe that all kids have value and that they belong and that there's going to be caring adults to take care of them. We're not picking out one group of students. I believe that's a universal belief from all people, that we all want to feel a part of something. So when they come to school, they're going to come in the doors and they're going to know that I care about every single one of them that comes through that door, and we're going to educate them to the best of their ability, and we're going to help them graduate high school.
Maybe this is a discussion for later, I think. Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion? Mr. Olson, your 69%, that's a little lower than what the Daily News had reported.
We looked at
a couple weeks ago.
the MDE report from 2022 said 69%.
Okay. And at one time, I know there was measurements of graduation in 5 years and 6 years because, oftentimes, whether it's kids new to country or whatever, they're factored in this 4-year, correct? Or how
They
does that
are.
work? Yeah. So how does it work for a kid that transfers here from another country in 10th grade? How does that impact our 4-year graduation rate?
Because there's a couple of factors. The students may not speak English, so there are classes that they need to take that are not credit bearing because they just need to learn to speak English. So they're going to be behind automatically.
So do they count against us? I mean, so when Mr. Olson's saying, why can't we be at 100%? I mean, that's a logical thing.
Yep.
So if you drop my 9th grade, soon-to-be 10th grade son in Germany, he's never spoken a lick of German, he would count.
Yep.
I mean, that's how it's happening.
Yeah.
And
The
we
reverse.
think he's going to graduate in 4 years.
Right.
Sheer genius. He's not a genius. I'm just saying, people that put these statistics together, I mean, you're behind the 8 ball instantly.
Yeah. Yep.
Makes no sense. But okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Mr. Chair,
yes.
a point of clarification. Yeah, and so this, I just want to make sure I understand this. The graduation rates are based on 4 years.
Yes, ma'am.
If somebody graduates in 5 years, that doesn't count in here, correct?
No, but we do have those numbers, and we can give it those to you. We have the whole from class of 22 all the way to the class of 18 out 7 years, so I can give those to you so you can look at them.
Okay, because
they do
I
get
know
better.
some students take, whatever, whatever it is, maybe they were, ill or whatever it was, but we do have those.
Yeah,
rates too.
and the percentages do go up accordingly. So
Yes,
it's,
okay,
it's,
thank you.
It gets better.
You said percentage, is it getting closer to that 100%?
Yeah, so the class of 18, which is the 7-year
Yeah.
rate, is at 81%. So at 7 years, 81% of those students that have attended Faribault Public Schools, 81% of them graduated in 7 years. If
What
you
about
back
the-
that up, it was
What about the 19%?
the 19%. Oh, yeah, that's the question we kind of ask ourselves is what happened to those students? Did they move to a different district? Did they just drop out? Did they go into the workforce?
Because that's a large percentage.
Yep.
Now, if you said 1 or 2%,
Yeah.
but you said 19.
Yep. Yeah, I was trying to do a little bit of math before I came up, and if we looked at, if we use 69% of this year's number of students as seniors, and we project that out to 90%, that's 59 students. So we
But
need
69 is terrible.
69% isn't good.
That's terrible.
Yep. So that's why we got a graduation goal.
But 69%.
We're going to get it up there.
Mr. Chair, you will be reporting back to us then?
Each year.
Every year?
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other discussion? This was a presentation, so thank you very much. We appreciate it. This brings us to item 11F, consider approval of Faribault Public School District goals. These are the 4 that we have seen over the last 2 months. We've seen 2 at work sessions. We've seen 2 now at business meetings. I think it makes sense to approve all of them together. Yes, Ms. Moore.
Yes. Mr. Chair, I would like to take 2, 3, and 4 separately. So I guess everyone separately then. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
So they are in the agenda to be done as one. We did not amend the agenda. The agenda
So
was
I can't-
approved as is. I believe you can make a motion here, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Bellingham, I believe she could make a motion here now. And I believe because it's in the meeting, it would require super majority 5 of 7 to amend the agenda at this time.
That is correct.
Okay, so.
Mr. Chair, I would just like to, it did not say, it said action, it did not say consent agenda. That's where I was confused. So I think it should say consent agenda before, because I looked at
Well, if there was a
that.
consent agenda, though, then we would have no discussion on it, and that wasn't the intent. The intent, like we talked about
Okay.
last time, was to take them all at once. So you're certainly welcome to make the motion to split them all apart.
Yes, I make that motion
Okay.
to speak about
Ms.
each
Moore
one.
would like to make a motion to split all 4 goals apart. Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion on splitting these apart?
So really what we're doing, we're changing the agenda.
That's what we
Correct.
would be doing, yes. Yes, yep.
That's correct.
Okay. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Let's do a roll call so I can keep track of who said what.
John Bellingham,
Nay.
Linda Boudreau,
Aye.
Linda Moore,
Aye.
Richard Olson,
Aye.
Jerry Robichaud,
Nay.
Cassie Steves, nay, Chad Wolf,
Nay.
fails.
Fails 3 to 4. Okay, so now we will take them as one. I'll entertain a motion to approve the 4 district goals as presented.
Mr. Chair, I'll so move.
I will second.
We have a motion by Mr. Bellingham, a second by Ms. Steves. Any further discussion?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Ms. Moore.
Okay. The problem I'm having with a couple of these is, and first of all, I'm not going to be pointing fingers at any one individual, but at an ideology. We had some presenters today that talked about CRT and AVID. And AVID's purpose is to prepare students for college, and this is admirable and a good thing.
Ms. Moore, I'm sorry.
No.
Go on, please, but is AVID which one is that related?
That was 2 and 3.
Okay, I just want to make sure
Yes.
that they're all
They're both-
germane to this.
Yes, read well by third grade. We talked about evidence-based, and I'm
Thank you.
having a problem with
Thank you.
evidence-based. But, okay, so they're going to implement in this math program, AVID, and also building thinking classrooms. I think that was for Faribault Middle School, AVID and building thinking classrooms. And I'd like to speak a little bit about that, if I may. I think AVID's purpose is to prepare students for college. This is admirable and a good thing. However, as was brought up in the discussion, AVID's main tenets or philosophical basis is diversity, inclusion, and equity. Critical race theory's main tenets are diversity, inclusion, and equity. Sound familiar? I think we need to get back to the basics and not get into this diversity, inclusion, and equity. And I'd like to say something about building thinking classrooms. This was also, as I said, part of the math program in addition to AVID at the Faribault Middle School. And I had a trusted colleague, and I did some research on this mode of learning. And to start out with, some of the way they teach is they start out with non-curricular tasks or problems. It's an inquiry-based math. It's not teaching facts or information. It is non-objective. It's subjective, feelings-based, self-oriented way of learning. The students stand. They don't sit in the seats. The focus is on competencies, not grades. And the competencies are really non-cognitive and loosely defined. It stresses group identity over grades. And this learning mode also invites students to wrestle with problems and with multiple solution pathways to learning. And I want to reiterate, this is subjective learning, not objective. It's a subjective approach to teaching. This is not back to the basics. In fact, it is a politically motivated concept of teaching, Squarespace.com, regarding building thinking classrooms. I have a little bit more. This is all about transformational learning. Transformational learning allows students to, and I will quote, question themselves about their feelings, beliefs, assumptions, and perspective on their purpose. Individuals who are undergoing such a transformative process are believed to completely rewire and transform their beliefs, assumptions, and experiences. Is that what we want for our students, to rewire their beliefs? We are at 14.2% competency at Faribault Middle School. My opinion is that from a statistical view, the only way to go is up. I have a question. If you have a question on a test with 4 multiple choice answers and you just guess at that, you have a 25% chance of getting it. We're down to 14.2%, so it's got to go up. I do have a solution. The very best teacher I ever had in college or university was a statistics teacher, Dr. Gornert. In fact, he was so good that when students evaluated him, his ratings were so high that the dean thought that somehow Dr. Gornert had cheated. I remember I wrote a letter to the dean saying, no, he didn't cheat. He's that good. His strategy? Teach students using a multisensory approach, using written, auditory, and sensory, that's actually working out problems, tactile techniques. This doesn't take that long, and from personal experience with one of my children, is very effective. So what happened to multisensory techniques? We've lost it to the touchy-feely techniques. And I'm thinking this is just the way it looks, it sounds like CRT and touchy-feely. And I am going to vote against this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Mr. Benti, Ms. Moore said a whole lot there. Do you feel there's anything you want to clarify regarding her comments regarding any of these four goals, and I believe all these goals tie back to the world's best workforce that I believe that this entire board approved.
Correct.
Is there anything you'd like to state?
No, I'll admit I wasn't prepared for this line of questioning. We've been presenting these goals for about 2 months now. I was under the assumption that the board was happy with these goals, the way they were being presented. They were built one off the other. So when we got favorable input back from the school board around Ready for Kindergarten, we built our Read Well by third grade based off of that, looking at the same programming. Likewise with middle school math, likewise with high school graduation. So to hear these concerns pop up now is concerning to me, that potentially we may not have school board buy-in and approval for this going all the way back 2 months ago. So
So I feel like I need to interject. So I don't want any one board member to speak on behalf of me. I am fully in support of this. I believe that I'm the youngest member of the board, so might have the freshest experience in education. I didn't learn the same way that my mother did. I learned a lot different. And if these programs were implemented, I cannot tell you how that would have made me feel as a student. I struggled in school. I almost dropped out many times. I'm not proud to admit that in a public space. When I was in 9th grade, I didn't know how to add fractions. Do you know how I learned how to add fractions? Because my mother taught me by cooking, spending a whole summer cooking. These are things that we don't look normal. They don't look like what you and I had in school, but we have to try them. If they don't work, let's try something else. And keep trying and trying and trying things. And what works might work for me, but it might not work for Mr. Wolf or Ms. Boudreau. But we owe it to our students to try something different. We can't do the same things. The definition of insanity is doing the same things over and over and over again and expecting different results. And I want different results for my students. That's it.
Any other?
And I just would like to clarify, I am for those goals, but it's the strategies and techniques that I did not know about. And one of the things is that as a board, we have to approve the curriculum, but we don't really approve it till it's all set in stone, and then it's not set in stone, but it's being developed. I think we should have a say in the development of this, because I want to know and I did some digging on this. I want to know what I'm approving. And when I dug into this, I thought, wait a minute, I go for those goals of the workforce, but it's the strategies and techniques that I'm having questions about. And I did not know about this until just maybe a week ago when this was, and then I did some digging on it and I found, wait a minute, this sounds like CRT, this sounds like diversity, inclusion, and equity and the touchy-feely stuff. And I was upset about that, because I wasn't included on the initial phase of this. And so that's my problem right now.
Any other discussion, board members?
Mr. Chair, please.
Yes, Mr. Billion.
So to set the record straight, I'm going to ask Mr. Benty for this, but we have no evidence of critical race theory or indoctrination in our curriculum in this district. Is that correct?
I have yet to find any evidence of it.
Thank you. So to politicize every agenda item or many agenda items here so we can get our message out and in the paper and online here, and to counter that, just saying we don't have critical race theory, we don't have indoctrination in the district. So these things just frustrate me when we take all these agenda items and simply throw political stuff out here and we continue and whatever. So with that, Mr. Chair, I call the question. I move to call the question.
Okay, so I believe calling the question means no more discussion on it. And calling the question, once again, requires supermajority, right? 5 out of 7?
And a second.
Yes, correct, yep. Okay, so this is item F, school district goals. Mr. Bellingham has now called the question. Do we have a second to call the question?
Second.
Ms. Steves, will you please do a roll call so we can find out where we're at here?
John Bellingham.
Aye.
Linda Boudreau.
Aye.
Linda Moore.
Nay.
Richard Olson.
No.
Jerry Robichaud.
Aye.
Cassie Steves, aye. Chad Wolf.
Aye.
Passes 5-2.
Okay, so the question has now been called. So now, there's no more discussion. Once again, there's been a motion by Mr. Bellingham, a second by Ms. Steves on item F. I'll now entertain a motion, or I'm sorry, I'll now entertain a vote.
We're ready to vote, yeah.
And I'm sure we'll do a roll call. So, Ms. Steves, why don't you do a roll call, if you would, please, on item F? Thank you. Sorry if I confused anyone there.
John Bellingham.
Aye.
Linda Boudreau.
Aye.
Linda Moore.
Nay.
Richard Olson.
Aye.
Jerry Robichaud.
Aye.
Cassie Steves, aye. Chad Wolf.
Aye.
Passes 6-1.
Okay, thank you for that. To Superintendent Benty, to all your leadership team across the district, to all the staff members that will have a role in this. I'm only speaking for myself, but I wish all of you the best of luck. And if you are successful, that is because our students have been successful.
And I would just like to personally thank the board for setting this in motion back in January when we met at a retreat and we discovered a missing piece that the district had. You tasked us with putting together goals. We had a team that came together, a CNA team. It ebbed and flowed from a dozen members to over 20 members. People that worked very, very hard, almost weekly, to put these together. Mr. Chair, I couldn't agree with you more. We will be successful when our children are successful, so.
Mr. Benty, it may be helpful, it may not. I'm a believer in dashboards, but you know, if that probably helps keep us in the loop in a very easy, simple way, if you will. But you know, whatever works for all of you. So thank you. Okay, this brings us to item 12, other items of information. 12A. The floor is yours, and I'm going to start with Ms. Boudreau because she had asked me about something earlier, and I want to make sure that she's able to discuss it at this point or mention it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I know we had a lot more people here that were interested in this topic, and what had happened is that an email went out by an individual staff announcing that there would be 3 days of LGBTQ support by the equity team with flags and posters in classrooms, and I think that has spun into a frenzy. And parents are concerned. They're concerned, do I take my kids out of school the last 3 days? There's a lot of hysteria that's come from this. And another email was sent after that, which said, you know, that affirmed it was happening, but just said that the posters can be displayed in the classroom. Well, I did see the copy of the posters. The posters are all about LGBTQ. This is lesbian pride, gay pride. It explains the flag and history behind it. Bisexual pride, transgender pride, explains it, where it was flown and who created it. The pansexual pride flag, the non-binary pride flag. All these flags will be displayed. And then the ally pride flag, the asexual pride flag. I mean, I could read more about it, but I'm not going to take the time. I am concerned that these will be displayed in classrooms for 3 days without any parental notification, approval, community support. I think what it does is it overshadows the good work that we've been doing as a board. We have adopted goals that are focused on achievement and student achievement and goals that we haven't had previously, and looking at all levels of our students from kindergarten to graduation, setting these important goals, which I endorse. And I'm not going to micromanage those that are working on that. I have done my own research and have asked about, are we utilizing microaggressions? Are we using some of these components? And I was told by our staff that our SEL is not utilizing those components, at least the area they cover is K through 5. I want to at least trust some of our staff to focus on those goals that we think are important and work on student achievement. I think this is a distraction from student achievement. I don't know how it improves our student achievement, and it causes such disruption that I am concerned we should still do this. I know I'm not the person that makes that decision, but I just want to say that this perhaps could be some after-school activity and not something during school. That is my opinion, and I thank you for letting me state it.
Thank you, Ms. Boudreau. Other board members, the floor is open. Yes, Ms. Moore?
Yes. I think we need to understand that all students are welcome to Faribault Public Schools. This is not about excluding any students, families, or groups, no matter what their belief system is. But our job is to educate, and I would like to speak of equity. One tenet of equity is equal outcomes for all students. Therefore, no student, according to equity principles, should feel disenfranchised or feel left out, including some Christian students, Muslim students, or any other students with varying belief systems. You know, the reality is that to be truly inclusive in education, we need to keep a politically neutral zone. And that model, and only that model, includes everyone. We are right now in a politically, in a politically free school system. No one will feel the pain of being left out. But what about those, you talk about inclusive and diversive. What about those students that don't believe this? How do they feel? We don't think about that, it seems. I really believe that we need to leave the political agendas to the political entities and the beliefs and values to each family as each parent sees it. We are not to get into that. That is a family. As a family institution, that is the beliefs. We shouldn't be getting into beliefs and values. To reiterate, I would like to say the educational realm is to teach reading, writing, math. We need to get back to the basics, and that is not getting back to the basics. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Mr. Robichaud, sorry.
Yes, thank you. Just want to thank Mr. Billingham and also Ms. Boudreau and Ms. Moore for being at the awards ceremony last Wednesday night. This individual will be up on the stage in 2 years receiving half a dozen scholarships. But the award was presented on behalf of the school board, and I'm sorry I do not recall the name of the individual who received it, Mr. Billingham, but maybe
I'm going to give
might.
that when I give my report.
Okay, all right. But anyway, thank you very much for that, and it was wonderful to see all the students who received scholarships. It was in excess of $100,000, I believe, Mr. Olson? Pardon? 185. That speaks well. For talk about our student achievement, there's a wonderful demonstration of how well our students are doing.
Thank you,
Mr.
Mr.
Chairman,
Robichaud. Yes, Ms.
I would
Boudreau.
just want to add that our other student representative, Sophia,
Yes.
she was the recipient of several
Yes.
scholarships, and that was pretty exciting to see.
Good point, Ms. Boudreau. Thank you.
Mr. Bellingham, you have something you were going to say?
Sure, I'm not scripted, but I just got a couple notes here. But I did attend the ALC open house last Thursday. Thank you for the invite. It was very impressive. I did not do the miniature golf. Anyway, but it was impressive with the research and the whole atmosphere of the ALC. Once again, the ALC and the FFA presentations that are examples of what great programming we have and opportunities for Faribault Public School students. To go from 50-some in FFA to over 200 or maybe over 300 in a short span of time is amazing. I have an FFA coat. Doesn't fit anymore. I think it shrunk in the closet, but it makes a difference. It's a lifelong learning situation, and look at the opportunities they're presented to these kids. And as Dr. Robush said, FFA is not just about farming, putting seed in the ground. We have agronomy, we have feed supply sources, we have food products, we have plant products, it's many jobs. Close to 60% of jobs, I believe, in the United States are agriculture related. And then also the Senior Awards Night last week, I was honored to present on behalf of the board. I want to thank those board members who contributed to that scholarship for our student. And our student recipient is Trent Ta. Highly recommended and showing leadership, so we were very proud to present to Trent, and I had his brother in class one of my years too, so it's kind of ironic. So, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other comments? So I have one small request. I don't know how we'll even would do it, if you would all be supportive or not. The tabling of the Minnesota State High School Resolution 23-46 was tabled to June 26th. I'm scheduled to be on the middle of a lake in northern Minnesota, 4+ hours away that evening. I am wondering if there would be any reconsideration to moving that to a special meeting on June 19th or June 20th or sometime during that week. Once again, if there is support, we have to investigate how we would change that. If there isn't, that's fine. I'll get off the lake and I'll drive home for the meeting. Simply because I feel it's that important to not take opportunity away from probably 700+ students, like snapping your fingers, and to watch the enrollment drop likely by hundreds of students to go to other schools to try to play sports and to do extracurriculars. If you don't want to, that's fine. I'll be here. So I would just ask that request. It was tabled before I ever got a chance to speak, and once a motion is tabled and seconded, there's no more conversation about it. Everybody else had a chance to speak. I did not. I would have gladly told you that, but I didn't have the opportunity to. And that's nobody's fault.
Mr. Chair, I just, and I apologize too, I will be out of the state on the 26th. I will not be able to drive back on the 26th, so I would support your suggestion of moving that to a different date.
Mr. Chairman, sounds like we need to move it because we can't have so many people absent. And if we're missing people for that session or a board meeting, maybe we could reschedule the board meeting.
The entire board meeting?
Opportunity?
We can do that. All we have to do is have 3 days' notice to the community.
Okay. Maybe that could happen if it's workable.
Okay. Mr. Bellingham?
No procedural?
Yes, procedural. Well, let me ask you, are others in support of that or not in support of that? I don't want to go through it if there aren't. Ms. Boudreau, it sounds like you are. Okay, Ms. Moore, would you be in support?
Yes.
Yes.
What was the date you were thinking?
You know, I threw out June 19th or
Okay.
20th. I could do any time that week.
That's fine.
It doesn't matter to me, but Ms. Steves, would you be in support of that? Mr. Olson, would you be in support of that?
The 19th.
On the 19th?
Yeah.
No other dates that week?
No.
Okay. Mr. Robish, I know you're out of town on the 26th. Would the 19th work for you?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Bellingham, would you be supportive of looking at this? Okay.
Certainly.
Now, if you would educate us on the
Juneteenth.
proper role
Okay,
of
so
this.
to do-
I'm sorry.
I believe the 19th is a federal holiday.
It's June 9th.
The 19th. So we do have on here a finance meeting. That's not taking place that day either? That's,
That is, that's a committee meeting now.
so we can have a
June
committee meeting,
19th.
not a board meeting.
Juneteenth is the 19th. of
Okay,
June.
so we could have it on the on June 20th. I know Mr. Olson, you said that
What?
Juneteenth.
Juneteenth. Okay, that's a federal holiday. We cannot have a board meeting that night. Is that right, Mr. Gertis? From what you're saying?
I believe so.
Okay.
I don't have the list
Okay.
from.
If that's
right in
accurate,
front of me,
if
but
that's accurate, would people be willing to meet then on June 20th? That's a Tuesday.
Celebrating.
I'm flexible.
You're flexible that
Willing
week,
to work
Ms. Moore?
through.
Mr. Bellingham that week?
Sure.
Ms. Steves that week? Mr. Olson?
No, that's crazy. But go, Juneteenth, where did that come from?
Mr. Rocha?
Yes, I'm leaving town on the 23rd, so anytime.
Okay, so the
up to
20th would work. Okay, so Mr. Bellingham, tell us the procedure if we want to change a tabling action.
So what you do, since it's a item that happened during the meeting, you have a motion to reconsider. We could reconsider the motion to table to the specific date.
Mr. Chairman, I would.
That we did, so we have a motion.
And I think that.
I would move to reconsider.
Just let me finish, please. Okay, so we have a motion to reconsider, okay? And so it's not amendable, and we need a majority vote to reconsider it, and then we'll have you present your new motion, then, Ms. Boudreau.
Mr. Chairman, I would move to reconsider the motion to table the resolution on the Minnesota High School League, which was set for a date specific for the purposes of changing that date.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent.
Thank you. Okay, appreciate it. Okay, so we have a motion for that to reconsider. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Ms. Boudreau, a second by Mr. Rocha. Any further discussion on this motion to reconsider? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Okay, now we're,
Mr. Chairman, I would present a motion to change the date to one that is accommodating the majority of this board. And it sounds as though the 20th is the tentative date.
thank you. So now we have a motion by Ms. Boudreau to change the
Need a
date.
second.
To table that agenda item to that specific.
Yeah, I'm sorry, to table that, bless you, somebody. To change the table date to June 20th. Do we have a second for that?
Minnesota doesn't recommend
No. Do we,
Oh,
Okay, so 19th or 20th, hey, how about that?
I think we need a specific date for tabling, I believe, so,
On Juneteenth.
okay. Are you okay?
Could Mr. Benty check into that?
Can we just say, can we be flexible? Can I modify the motion to ask for a flexible date?
June 19th or June 20th?
19th or 20th,
Okay.
to reconsider
Okay.
the resolution.
Point of
Yes,
clarity.
Mr. Rocha.
I'm sorry, is that to change the board meeting itself or just that particular item?
At this point, we are
It's
just
just
on
that item.
the resolution for the state high school,
Okay, all right, thank you.
correct? Yep. Okay,
One at a time.
yep. I'm with you. We have a motion by Ms. Boudreau. Do we have a second for that?
Second.
We have now a second by Ms. Steves. Any further discussion on it?
Mr. Chair, for everyone involved, would you please repeat the motion?
Yes. Ms. Boudreau, and I'm going to read this in full, if you will, okay? Ms. Boudreau has made the motion to change the date of the tabling for Resolution 23-46, the 23-24 resolution for membership in the Minnesota State High School League. What was originally at June 26th, she's asking now for either June 19th or June 20th. And we will get some input from Mr. Benty before determining. And this will be presented to the public well in advance of the 3 days that we need to. Fair enough?
Yes, and then I do have a question.
Yes.
So that will be the only agenda item on that, for that meeting, correct?
Well,
That's
that
another
depends
issue.
if we want to change the regular board meeting, but we're not at that yet. This motion right now is for that.
So for that, so it'll be just one specific item?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, at this time.
Right.
Yes. Further
Mr.
discussion?
Mr. Chair, if it's you call it a special board meeting, will the public be able to speak?
Special board meetings, no, they do not.
Then we just cut the public out.
We can certainly entertain moving the 26th.
Unless
to
that we,
that.
I'd say, for example, the 19th, but we can change it, we can have public comment. We can do that.
Our policy does not say that at this time. Our policy does not allow that. But what we can do, since two board members are going to be gone on the 26th, is we can, after this, if we want to look at changing the June 26th meeting to that June 19th or 20th, so we can do it all in that one evening, we can do that. Right now, though, the motion on the table is to change this one item. I hear what you're saying, but
Yeah.
right now, it's just that. When we get done with this.
We can change it.
Let's vote.
Okay.
We're not,
Let's vote.
be flexible on this.
Mr. Olson, I think
Can
I'm
we
pretty
vote?
flexible, okay?
Let's
I
just
don't think
vote.
you are.
Okay. We can argue about that on a different day. We'll just agree to disagree.
Good way to talk.
Any other discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor of changing the date to 6/19 or 6/20, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
How about a roll call?
John Bellingham,
Aye.
Linda Boudreau,
Aye.
Linda Moore,
Aye.
Richard Olson,
No.
Jerry Robichaud.
Aye.
Cassie Steves, aye. Chad Wolf,
Aye.
passes 6-1.
Okay, thank you.
And now, Mr. Chairman, is it appropriate to present a motion to look into changing the original board meeting to the 19th or 20th so we could be more productive
Yeah.
in one evening or one
Yeah, it's
day?
not on the agenda, but quite frankly, I don't know that we need a motion to do that. I think
Okay.
we simply need to
And if
communicate.
it helps the board, what I'm seeing here is that Juneteenth is a holiday in Minnesota as of February 3rd, 2023.
Okay, so I think, Ms. Boudreau, to your point about moving the June 26th meeting, we don't have that as an agenda item. We can add it if we really want to, but at the same token, we can always amend our calendars as long as we give the community at least 72 hours notice. Unless it's an emergency meeting, that's not the case here, right? So I would agree with you, and are others in support of that? And we will work with Mr. Benty and Ms. Zavarall to work on that. Mr. Bellingham, would you be in favor of moving the 26th to that probably 20th based on this information, knowing that Mr. Robichaud and myself are out of town?
Would staff have enough time to get the data together and things we do at the business meeting at the end of June then? By moving it up a week? Our financial reports,
Well, it'll be the adopted budget for '24, final budget for '23. Transportation contract will be difficult to bring that back on the 19th, so we could bring that back in July. 10-year health event plan will probably get done.
HR? Okay.
Okay?
so no,
No?
no, I'm not, I say keep it to 26.
Okay. Ms. Steves? Well, somehow we need some directive, okay, Mr. Olson? You want to keep it to 26th, or are you already moving it to the 20th?
I've only missed one meeting in over 14 years. January, we sent it out, put it on the calendar. I don't know what you guys do, but I mark it on my calendar. I work around it.
Mr. Olson, I mark it on my calendar also, but I also have personal things that come up that interfere with
Right,
that calendar.
exactly.
Thank you.
Okay.
But we're
So,
missing-
Mr. Olson, you'd like to leave it on the 26th?
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Robichaud?
I would-
You're out,
I won't be here on the 26th.
okay.
And neither will you, Mr. Chair.
Right, I won't be here.
So we'll be missing two people that
Yeah.
day.
So I'd like to make a motion that we move it until the 20th, so
The 20th?
more of our board members can attend.
So, since this is a new item, I believe it'll require 5 out of 7, a supermajority. So Ms. Steves makes a motion to
Second.
move June 26th to June 20th. Okay? Ms. Boudreau, a second? Is that right? Okay. Further discussion on this?
Describe the motion again.
I would like to move our board meeting from June 26th to June 20th to ensure that that Mr. Wolf and Mr. Robichaud will be in attendance.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion on this?
But again, we're just voting on redoing the agenda at this time? Because this was not on the agenda.
I believe you can add an agenda item.
Right.
With 5 out of 7,
Well, we need to, yeah,
right?
right,
So this is to add it to the agenda,
understood.
and then we'll vote on it once it's on the agenda,
That's what I meant.
correct?
Yes.
Okay, so this is to add it to the agenda so that we make it actionable, all right? Everybody good with that?
Yep.
Okay. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay?
Mr. Olson, I didn't hear you.
So it's, the board meeting will go to the
That'd be yes or
20th,
no.
right?
Well, this is to add it actually to our agenda right now, and then once we get it on the agenda, then we will.
Okay, aye,
vote.
yeah.
Okay, so
Okay, thank you.
voted, passed 6-1? Is that correct? Okay, now it's on the agenda. So now I'll entertain a motion to approve the actual meeting being moved from June 26th to June 20th.
So moved.
I'm
Okay,
gonna give that to Mr.
second.
Robichaud.
Jerry made the
Did
motion.
you
I
second it first? Ms. Boudreau seconded? Okay, any further discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay. So now that meeting will be June 20th. Mr. Benty, if you would please make sure that Ms. Averill knows that.
So we will have our June 26th meeting will be moved to June 20th.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yep, okay. Now, it's your turn, Mr. Benty. Other items of information, 12B. The floor is yours, sir.
Just in time, because my pen just ran out of ink, so. No, I just had a couple things here, a lot of things that everyone already said. Graduation is on June 4th at 2 p.m. at Faribault High School. We have our second graduation practice coming up this coming Wednesday. I went out to the ALC, as well as the middle school had a carnival the same evening. It was great to see all the teachers and students there as well. And just that we are wrapping up the end of the school year very strong, and we are excited to launch into summer, so.
Thank you. Anything else? Mr. Benty?
Nope, that is it.
Okay. This brings us to item 13, dates to remember, June 4th, 2023. As Mr. Benty just mentioned, 2 p.m., Faribault High School graduation. June 5th, 2023, 5:30 p.m., work session here. June 19th, 2023, 7:30 a.m. is our finance meeting, which will be virtual. And number 4 is now June 20th, 2023 at 5:30 p.m. With that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
We have a motion by Ms. Steve. Do we have a second?
Second.
I'm sorry, that was Ms. Boudreau? Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Thank you, everyone. Have a wonderful evening.